How's everybody doing today? I am really tired. I don't know what it is. I think it's the 2-day cycle where I stay up super stupid late, and then I get enough sleep, and then my body is like, wait, what the fuck? And I feel like shit. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. Working on this x-axis, y-axis rather. We gotta work on the y-axis more today. I did a little bit of design and stuff like that. I probably need to do a little bit more design and stuff like that. Need to work out how all the stuff is going together, how the laser is gonna function and stuff like that. I want to make sure that I get all my eggs in a basket, because they're gonna fall out of that basket if I don't, you know, if I mess it up a little bit. So, how's everybody doing today? Dancing emotes. Fairly background stuff. This is Metro from last night. Metro did a stream. It was too late for me. It started at like 1 a.m. I was like, man, I gotta go to bed. So I had to sleep on this one. I haven't been able to listen to it yet. We're here. Oh God, what is? Okay, something is up with something's up with the calibration of the cameras. I don't know what it is. Like, I'll run it a couple times, but I think maybe some of the Node-RED flows aren't getting to the OBS API properly. Try running this one again. Oops, I hit lights toggle in the middle of it. Yeah, it looks good with low lighting. That's a little better. Nope, red. Haha. Like, what should be happening? See that right there? During the procedures that it runs, it'll set the white balance and stuff to a weird value so that I can actually see that something is happening. And it wasn't doing that for a couple of them. The main offender being burn the subs. Oh, maybe because the camera was frozen? This is too doodaloo 1970s computer music. Boop. That's a little better. There we go. Now we got all the parts on here. I've just been kind of tainting this drawing. It's very cursed by now, with all the little brackets that I've designed for this whole system. Metronomic Live, everybody. That's who we're listening to. Saw 43212. Hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Alrighty. Well, I'm gonna be working kind of lazily today, just because I'm feeling kind of out of it, and I think it's probably just because of my stupid ass sleep schedule. I don't know what it is about streaming and the freedom of the freedom of streaming. Nobody gets angry. Well, okay, people impotently get angry at you for sleeping in and not going to sleep when you stream, but you can ignore those people. It's very easy to do. But yeah, the whole streaming schedule thing, there's an ease of messing up your sleep schedule, and it happens a lot. I was up fairly late because I kind of got into something. The past couple nights, I got some sleep last night, but today I am tired. It's that I've got like a 1 day lead kind of thing, 1 day lag behind on how I should be feeling when I don't sleep at all. So if I have a random 4 a.m. night and I wake up at a normal time a couple hours later after going to bed, I will feel fine, and that might encourage more bad behavior. But then the night after, if I've fixed my sleep schedule, all of a sudden I am, like I am right now, completely and utterly destroyed by sleep. So maybe it's seasonal change, depressive disorder. Who the fuck cares? Anyway, I'm powering through it. So we're gonna continue work. Hey, Boo7, thank you for following. We're gonna continue work on the board, and I'm still doing hardware, believe it or not. It's annoying. I expected to be way ahead of where I am right now. It doesn't feel right, and maybe that's why I'm staying up till 4 in the fucking morning, because I've got kind of a general anxiety, like an air of anxiety around me right now. That kind of feeling where you haven't done your homework, something that only school can teach you. That's been kind of floating over my head for a couple days. It feels like I forgot to do something months ago, like get my car inspected. Yeah, I should work on that, huh? I gotta add that to the mental list. My car hasn't been inspected in months, and it's been out of inspection for many months. So, ugh. I mean, it's a blue station wagon. It's fucking invisible on the roads. But anyway, that's a new anxiety. Okay, cool. Let's add that one to the list. Yeah, I got like I haven't done my homework kind of feeling. I bought a really expensive mixer. I can't use it, so I need to do a whole audio project. You forgot to call your mother on her birthday. No. It's like I know we blew by my mother's birthday earlier, and I got that. There's something else. It's always something. It's nothing. It's just my brain being stupid. It's my brain making up drama about itself. Anyway, yeah. So I've been hanging out a lot on the Elliott Sound pages recently. Now, you guys probably haven't been here long enough to know that my lapel microphone uses one of these little guys to house all of its electronics. It's Elite Core. What is the Elite Core? I don't know. Elite Core is just a company that makes like XLR to like headphone adapter kind of things. Like these are like something that you'd have in like Stage Crew. I like. Okay. Adding the habanero to the egg salad was a bad idea. I realize this now. All this thing is a little. This is just a little. There's a little belt hook, right? And these are actually what I use in order to take the mini XLR connection and put in an amplifier that will then take it over to the lav mic. Now, the reason that I mentioned Elliott Sound is because he does a lot of stuff with electret microphones and guitar amps and stuff like that. He's got a wonderful page full of sort of analog audio shenanigans that sort of get you into almost studio grade production levels. So what I've been doing is I've been looking around at a way to incorporate the preamp with the equalizer into this box. Not a compressor, just the equalizer. Yeah, Sound-AU. And there's actually the one that's used in this one, I believe, is Project 93. There is that project. It's somewhere in the commands. I've got the website on the PCB. But what I'd like to do is combine a couple of the mic command. There you go. Yeah, Project 93 is this one. There's one, Project 152, that is an update on a previous project that has multiple equalizer bands, and I need 6 of them, but each of them use 1 op amp, so I need to fit 6 more op amps into this, and the only way that I can think to do that is multiple PCBs. Multiple PCBs inside of this container. Possibly all of the wire connections have to become soldered to board, which I hate, but in order to make space for all the stuff that I want to put into this, that might be what's needed. It would be cool to put the compressor in there too, but I don't think I can. Plus, the mixer that I got has the compressor in it. It just doesn't have a multi-band EQ, which is unfathomable. If it had that EQ, I could tune my audio properly. See, right now there's like a big fan that's running fairly hard behind me, and hopefully you guys can't really hear it because of the filters that I've got going on. This would be the primary one. This one is bringing my voice out of the noise. Now, if I get closer to the fan, you can hear it, but if I wasn't running this, if I figured out how to click the bypass on this thing without deleting all my settings, which I'm not going to try to do because I'm scared of it. If I click on the bypass on this and I figured out where that was, you guys would be able to hear what this originally sounds like. The problem is every time I click this interface, it deletes this and I have to like very carefully recreate it. And I don't want to do that live on air, so. But I took all the values from all the different points of this thing, all the different points that are programmed into this thing, and I've written them down, so I know approximately what I need. And what it really equates into is 6 bands of an equalizer. And there are 2 different ways to do an equalizer. And one of the ways is that you take something that the program looks really scuffed. There's supposed to be like a big ad down here, and it doesn't load anymore. There's a later version of these, but I haven't upgraded. The M audio interfaces are really, really good. They're M equalizer, and I use the M compressor. But like, look, this doesn't even fit on the window and stuff. So yeah, anyway, I feel like my best bet at this point is to put this equalizer into hardware and then put it into the box itself. And there are 2 ways that at least I know of, equalizers being done. One is a parallel process. The other one is a series process. In the parallel process, you are subtracting sort of, they look like statistical bell curves, right, of the different frequencies at on a logarithmic scale. You can have something that pulls out those frequencies, amplifies or snubs them, and then puts them into the audio line down the line. So you have a bunch of parallel op amps running on a single audio line that sort of extract the bands, then put the bands back together. We're getting the band back together. That's one way to do it. I'm not sure if that's the best way to do it. It might be a better way to do it. But this person has Elliott, I guess, of Elliott Sound Projects, has instead on his guitar amp gone with the series method of doing this. And so what you have is you have a bunch of devices in series. You have a potentiometer that will add or subtract the original mix to what's being output, I guess. And then you have an op amp that's looking at that specific part of the entire signal and passing it all down the way. So you got a whisper down the lane situation, which means you're opening things up for noise. But you're probably not going to hear it because you're really kind of nitpicking at that point, especially with the voice frequencies. So yeah, I got decisions to make, and I have to do modifications to my own audio stuff. The last time we did this was when I upgraded from having a mic in front of my face, where I'd get out of the sweet spot and it wasn't like very well mixed and all that stuff. And then I upgraded to the Elliott Sound Project 93 Phantom Power lav mic amplifier, and it was a silver bullet for audio production on the stream. It was really awesome. Did a really great job after I did this filtration to it. So I'm looking to roll this into the mic pack so that I can individually tune the pack with the lav, plug it in, and then just have a compressor running on it. And that way I'll be able to use the mixer to fruition. I'll be able to use it like I wanted to. So that's the idea. It is unfortunately a lot of work, and it's kind of kept me up a little bit. I've started the process. You guys saw me tweet about all the friggin' notes that I took on the thing. I'm starting to get a grasp of what I need to do. So, have you considered adding an audio pitch correction? You don't actually know what my real voice sounds like. This is actually my real voice. Milton's done that joke. That's a Milton joke, where he's put on like his like lowering thing. He has the voice changer, the same thing Tom Thanks uses. So he's done the joke where he's like, "This is my real voice." But I can't do it without a voice changer. I don't want to use a voice changer on this stream, even if I'm doing like funny characters and I'm making funny voices. I think I can just make funny voices on my own. You guys hear the insanity of the weird vocal stuff that I bring to the table just naturally. Yeah, there's the Milton. I haven't been able to watch Milton in a little while. He got married and he ran a couple reruns, and then I haven't been waking up as early. You meant like auto-tune. Oh, God. It would be kind of fun to run like an auto-tune, an AI-based auto-tune where the AI never gets a... The AI is never told no. It's just a completely freelance AI that does whatever the fuck it wants. Randomly got gifted a sub from the other day. That's awesome, man. Milton's cool. I saw Milton in a Twitch ad. He was in a Twitch ad. That was weird. All these bright stars. Yeah, those guys are awesome. Anyway, yeah, so that's one thing that I want to do, and we might take a break from Burn the Subs, because I'm starting to burn out on Burn the Subs. I'm burn out on Burn the Subs. Oh yeah, here's another stolen Milton joke. Even though I wanted to do this before Milton, have that quick zoom, and the problem is I don't know how to move the quick zoom. I think what I can do is when it's quick zoomed, I think I can just I just move the, but then it cuts off. Whatever. Whatever. Put me back front and center there. Cool down on Burn the Subs. Well, yeah. Well, look, what I'm thinking about is that I'm gonna burn out on this project, and we've had too much of the same thing. I try to be much in the same way variety streamers don't like to hone in on one game for too long. I try to be a variety streamer with hardware projects, right? We try to jump around a bit. We waffle. We got a couple things that I'm still like really interested in getting done, which would be the computer power supply current monitor using those cool screens that we found in my archive, the cool number displays, and another big one is this audio thing. Because if I can solve this audio thing, then I can toss Julian a lav mic when we do the stream. Although he wants to get his project done very quickly. There's a synth or sequencer or drum machine. I don't know what the fuck it is. Anyway, he thinks it would be useful for him, and he wants to build one. And he's like, yeah, I was just going to use such and such 3D printer. If I could borrow time, maybe I can beg. Maybe I can like sweep somebody's floor in order to get time on the 3D printer. I'm like, dude, I got a 3D printer. Just let me do this. I'll do this for you. What color do you want? Like, dude, I got you hooked up. We could do this. So yeah, we need to, we are coordinating, but we're both really bad at getting back at each other. So, we will coordinate a cool audio project that's literally just building something that already has a tutorial on stream. We won't be reinventing the wheel in any way, right? Make him be your cameraman for a day. He doesn't work like that. He wouldn't do that. No, Julian is a tour de force of random topics. He knows how to run a radio show. Which is why it's amazing to get him in here, because then I can actually work, and he'll ask me if, like, you know, toast is a bagel or something like that, or, you know, just random shit. I can't come up with something off the cuff as well as he can. I have to actually take notes and write stuff down in order to get random ass topics to keep conversations going around here, or just talk endlessly about my own projects, which we know that is a form of Ambien. Asking for some under table pavement, if you know what I mean. I I almost want to just delete that comment. Anyway, so moving on. Like, is a hot dog a sandwich a debate? It's not a debate, it's a taco. Hey, thank you for the follow. Who's that? Super Average 214. All right. Well, there's a lot of super averages around. He's so average. He's like the most average. How does that work? That's like being the most humble. All right. Anyway, so I wanna do some audio projects, and so I might do that as a way to not have a mental breakdown while working on Burn the Subs. I'm waiting on a little bit of hardware, and I think we're jumping the gun a little bit by going into Fusion 360 today. We'll try out my new limit switch mounts, and then we might jump into Fusion 360 in order to finish off the parts of the axis that I want to work on. C. Perkins, thank you for the following. That took a little bit for my brain to sort of deconstruct and interpret. Yeah. So let's work on Burn the Subs a little bit. There are a couple questions that I want answered right now. If we don't get to actually building the axis, because I'll have to find a 3D model of the cart that we're going to be building on, it'll mostly be a plate, and it'll be a lot of measuring the heights of stuff. So it's not very exciting work. It's basically re-implementing what I've already got right now into sort of an axis, and it'll look cooler, and it'll hold on to the belt better, and it'll just be, you know, my own design. Maybe I can put the Vector Bother logo on it, and it'll look really cool. All these follows. Opanacho, thank you for the follow. What's happening? Why are you guys discovering my stream? What did I do? Is it my title? Yeah, mechanical design. I put right up in front. I think that helped. Yeah, so if you guys are wondering, those of you guys who just followed, the laser-powered subboard is this thing. That's the wrong. That wasn't the right. That was it. It's this thing. This giant block of wood on my wall. Not the thing that's bubbling. That's just my poop. The giant thing on the wall is actually a laser subboard, and it's been here for several years. It's just now we're upgrading it to be a live edge board. It's a live edge board, which means we've got a complicated shape. It is way, way too thick for me. I'll say. It's way too thick for me. It bumped into my laser axis. The laser that we designed around this thing, the big XY table, is actually a bunch of maker. Why is this camera so okay, you know, set up arm procedure, and then can you please gain your there it is. Why does it do that? All right, anyway, Logitech cameras are like some of the most annoying things in the world. Is that a stripping emote? Yes, it is. Man, I wish those guys knew, like, I'm nothing to them. They wouldn't even say hi to me in a hallway. So yeah, this is the subboard, and this is the only reason that I have subscribers. They actually don't support me in any way, shape, or form. They just want to see blue lasers burn names like butts and stuff onto the board. If you gift a sub, your name will go on the board. If you subscribe just regularly, you'll go on the board. If you subscribe with Prime, you'll go on the board. But we are actually driving a rift between those. Gift subs are now going to be in a single line font, and regular subs are going to be in a bubble font. The size will not change. On the previous iterations of the board, if you look at the YouTube channel with all 2 of my videos, that's another thing that I need to do. Maybe that's why I have anxiety. Anyway, both of my videos, if you look at those, you'll see things go up in kind of a bubble font, and then as they taper down, they'll become a single line font. So the previous version of the board was built just to survive as long as possible, and we got 5,500 names on it over the course of 2.6 years. What I'm setting up right now is another stopgap, but with a little bit more of a twist. So we're not going to have... I'm burping, hold on. I just need to... Habanero on a chicken salad sandwich I did not think would give you heartburn, but oh well. It's the habanero like a chili sauce that I made. Anyway, all that aside, I'm so tangential today because I'm tired. So the board is built to not favor the first person on the board. We're not going to have a taper down size for the size of the names anymore. They're all going to be the same size, so the board is naturally going to fill up much faster, which means I'll either have to find somebody with a very large bandsaw to cut that thing in half, or I'll have to find another live edge board, and hopefully we'll have the tools to just spool up another one. That's this version of the board, BTS 2.5. BTS 1 was the original, and it had all the original stuff. BTS 2 was mild improvements. BTS 2.5 is even more mild improvements on BTS 2. BTS 3 is going to be a total hardware upgrade to professional stuff. And then in my head, just in a dotted line and just a couple words on paper, BTS 4, I think it's going to use robot arms. But for now, no, BTS 3 is when we add stuff like a tracking camera. When you cook, do you ever make the same recipe twice, or do you change things each time as you make a dish? There's always slight variations because there's always drama in the kitchen. There's always missing ingredients. Stuff is not what it should be. You know, if you follow the old adage of having to go out and get all of the ingredients for a recipe, and then it becomes like 3 times the amount of food you need at quadruple the cost, you're not cooking correctly. You know, that's for nobody. Nobody can really say you're cooking correctly or incorrectly. It's just that recipes are never going to come out the way that you originally intend them to, or how the author of the article intended them to, because you don't have like Himalayan fucking salt or some shit like that. You've got to make variants on recipes. Now, that's not to say, you know, I replaced the sugar with molasses, and then I replaced the bread with breadcrumbs, and then I replaced vinegar with milk, and your recipe turned out to be chocolate chip cookies instead of a souffle. And so I didn't like it. I gave it 1 star. Like, you'll see that in recipe blogs and stuff, and it really pisses me off. It's like, you can't make fundamental substitutions and then tell the author of the recipe that they're wrong. However, you can't always just go out and buy all of the cardinal ingredients to make something. Case in point, sometimes there are little dramas that happen when you realize that something needs to go here, and then something interferes with that, and you have to alter your recipe as you go. There's an art form to that, and you'll find that in cooking too. That's why I love cooking. I really enjoy cooking stuff. I like making recipes. But yeah, it's the same thing for building things. It's actually directly related. You can look at somebody's blog of the circuit that they have and go, yeah, I want to make something like that. But you might not exactly have all the correct stuff. Can you explain the poop thing? I don't know why this is such a what? gotta hold me to my jokes. Ready for the okay, let's unfunny this joke. Here we go. So that jug is filled with apple cider that I got from the local grocery store. It's Pennsylvania apple cider, and I got a champagne yeast off of Amazon, and I threw it in there. And that's what's bubbling away. I don't know why explain the poop thing. Weird. Unless you mean the fart thing, in which case that was a previous project where people can redeem channel points to actually make a speaker make a farting noise. I should make a video on that, because then I don't have to explain it as much. But if I make a video on it, when I publish it, it's going to be nothing but this every single fucking stream. I can't even mention the thing. It's like a cursed word. I mention it, and it Beetlejuices. Alrighty. It doesn't help that I just read Chainsaw Man, where words have power depending on how many people are fearful of it. All right. So what did I do over the break? We had Wednesday. I usually don't stream on Wednesdays. I was considering it actually this week, but I have too much actually physical hardware work to do. So I did a bunch of work on this thing on Wednesday. If you guys saw where we left off, this thing looked like a pile of garbage. And it still does, but in this case, we actually have a couple new things going on here. So if I show you under the hood of what the y-axis has to bring, I flip this puppy over. We can take a look at the belly. We can rub the puppy belly. What we got here is a couple new mounts and some spiral wrap. As much as okay, so spiral wrap I might regret. Spiral wrap I might have regrets on, because spiral wrap is very notoriously hard to work with. If I am to replace this wire here, I will have to either pull it out of the spiral wrap and rewrap it, and it's just a mess, right? It would be better to have a tray, or just these little things right here that I can remove and then break the wire out of. But it was a little bit sloppy. It was a little disorganized running down here. So I decided to put it into spiral wrap. In the previous iteration of Burn the Subs, I didn't have to alter any of these lines at all. And then I needed a place to put this circuit board. And I was wondering, I was thinking that maybe I could make like a little thing that looks like an OSHA electrical, like a NEMA electrical box, but printed with the red filament that I could put on like the top side of this. So it'd kind of look cool. It would have this little electrical box right here. The only reason the circuit board is right there is because the wires for these lights only reach a certain distance. I extended the wires for this light so that it can go through the drag chain and then come all the way back here. But that's the only reason that that circuit board was there. And I didn't have... Boo! Okay. I didn't have anywhere to put it in here. I was like, where do I put that circuit board? Like previously we had a big angle iron that came off of this rail right here and provided me with this huge tray that I could just lay wires on and be sloppy about it with, which is great. Except that doesn't fit on the new Burn the Subs. So I could either modify that wire thing so that it would fit here, or what we ended up doing was using a piece of angle iron and just making something to manage the drag chain and hold it off of the board so it doesn't interfere with anything. So now that we have that, I don't have that tray anymore to hold my circuit board or my wiring. So I've spiral wrapped the wire. I've made sure that it's not gonna droop down and hit my board. And then I needed to do something with the circuit board. And so what I ended up doing was taking the drawing that contains these maker beams, and I made just a little flat plate that holds the circuit board. And so I've got VKB tape on that board. That board is not going anywhere for a long, long time. In order to do that, you know, a couple measurements, a couple little slapdash, two-dimensional drawings, a couple extrusions, and a couple chamfers. It's not that hard to make a little bracket like this if you got the 3D printer ready and raring to go. And I do particularly like the combination of black and red. I think that is a nice, bold choice. Of course, there is a yellow LED on that. I don't know what the effect of that's going to be. But yeah, that was basically just taking a sketch, locating it on the center of the rail, which this is not the best way to do that. I was experimenting with ways to do that. Locating it on the rail and then making the holes and deciding to have a plate off of it of a certain size. So it's just like, just measure, 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 and simple extrusions. My only issue with this whole drawing is that there are so many faces of this this beam here that they really interfere with extrusions. Like here, see how it's not highlighting that whole area for extrusion? This was just my keep out area that I was paying attention to, because the bolts have the nuts that go on this thing have dimensions. I wanted to make sure I wasn't interfering with them. But yeah, all of these little, see that, like that right there, there's that little surface up there. That's really annoying, and that's part of bringing this component in and designing around it. Now, I really didn't need this. I didn't need this rail piece in this drawing. I probably should have designed this piece off, like in its own file, and then brought it into this drawing. I could still do that later if I feel like it. In conclusion, the bolts are nuts. Ugh. All right, I'll allow it. I'll allow it, but you're on thin ice. I should have a pun counter on screen that I only allow. Then after that, the rest are banned. Thank you. Also, hi. How's it going, Baldisos? Bald ISOs. Sorry. My brain isn't working very quickly today. Anyway, yeah, I could have taken this out because I didn't need all this stuff. Nope, I'm not even. It's your first chat ever, and you're asking me. God damn it. No. It's a fish and chips joke. Oh, I shouldn't have moved that. But yeah, this can move this way because it's not actually locked down to a particular position on the rail. I'm just gonna Control Z my way out of that though. But yeah, that allowed me to design this. That was it. It's out of my system. God damn it. No, I refuse to encourage or acknowledge. Yeah, anyway, so that's what I've been doing here. I've been designing these weird little brackets with just 2 millimeters of 2 millimeter thick walls, and just creating the basic shape and then knocking off the edges just so it's nice. I'm hyped for the Burn subs. I really fell in love with your project there. We got a lot of work to do on it still. It's going slower than I'd like. That's why I'm kind of like in a mood today. But yeah, we'll steadily work on it and we'll get it done, and then yeah, you'll be able to see those names going up, and then I'll have a wave of relief wash over me when I get my primary project back up and running. So the other bracket that I designed was for the limit switch. Yeah, this thing, by the way, I also had to lop off a little bit of the perforated prototyping board that makes up this board. This board is just like a splitter. That's all it does. So I added an LED to it and stuff, but the slower it goes, the more streams will be. I don't want to be disingenuous like that. I don't want to drag out this project and make it, because we got enough work to do on other projects. I've got so many projects that I would like to complete, and there's barely been a time when I've been like, good, I'm done everything that I want to do. You know, there's 500,000. We need to get back to the RC car. I need to fix that RC car project. This is the primary project right here. Burn the Subs is #1, and that's going to be what we work on almost exclusively. #2 would be studio stuff, and then everything else is kind of at the same rank below that. That's sort of how I treat it around here, because like studio stuff is like directly related to production, and it allows me to have capabilities around here. But #1 is Burn the Subs, because that's sort of what's bringing people in and encourages them to subscribe to my channel and then support all the rest of the projects that I do here. You know, I'm not really selling anything. I don't have merch. So many projects, we need a new whiteboard. Yeah, need to burn the projects. What, an automated whiteboard that will write the names of projects on it? Yeah, maybe we do. There's some stuff that I would love to get to in the background too, because I saw Lawman did a whole stream with Star Citizen, the Citizen Con that had the virtual Citizen Con that happened, and there's some cool stuff in Star Citizen that I would like to check out at some point. No time soon though, because I would like to have my dual joystick project that you guys have never seen because it's so old. I was thinking of doing an automated whiteboard back in the day, but I never got around to it. It would be a good place for all of the old Burn the Subs parts to go when we upgrade to version 3. Even better would just be getting the... I have some galvanometers, galvo motors. I have some galvo motors stuck in a bin from like the 1970s. And if we got those running with like an Arduino, a little push-pull circuit, I could do a rasterized laser thing, and we could use a blue laser and use glow-in-the-dark dust painted onto a wall. So I could paint a virtual whiteboard and have just a laser projector on it that would spell out all the stuff. It would just scan it real quick, and then you would have what's left over, you know, dissipating in the glow-in-the-dark material. Heard good things about Star Citizen? How? Everything is negative about it. Every single thing that anyone ever says about it is negative, because it's a long development on sort of a conceptually it's like a it's like a magnum opus of Chris Roberts style games, built as if games were still built like they used to be. It is a computer game for computers, although they did mention consoles a lot in the Citizen Con, so I don't think they're quite in that camp anymore. That sounds so incredibly sci-fi. Yeah. Hey, ISO, what's up? All right, so yeah, so this is what I've been doing yesterday, right? Mad Ford Engineering. Oh, hell yeah. Party at 22. How you guys doing? How's everybody doing? We're looking at sort of the progression of the mechanical stuff that I've been working on over the weekend, and then what I'd like to do is possibly do a little bit of work on this thing. You know, maybe we can finish some of this stuff. I would like to start work on the Y-axis cart, because I think we can do a better job of it. I can make it a little bit less jank. I don't want to do too much work on it, though, and I'm starting to burn out on the project a little bit, so I may take a leave of the project in order to work on some audio stuff. So right now, we're going to try to staple together some of these facets of the project that I've been desperately trying to complete, and see where we can get. Chris Roberts has been taking off multiple projects because he can never manage to finish them. Yeah, it seemed for a while there was a bit of a bit of an ideas guy thing going on, the ideas guy syndrome. Like, what if we do this? What if we do that? And everybody was like, wow, that sounds great. Here's a lot of money. And then he kept doing that, and he didn't like lock off features and functions. until it was like, let's have procedurally generated cities and face over IP, and those are great features, and they'll be very welcome in the new version, but it's getting worrisome when they keep selling drawings of spaceships to everybody and not actually delivering a lot of stuff. But they did have like a comprehensive demo. Like, you can play the game. You can see the procedural cities thing in action. You can see all the work that they've done. They are definitely showing the work, and they're more open, I think, in development than a lot of games have ever been. So naturally, everybody is giving them absolutely fucking shit about everything they do. The game wasn't completed in 2 days. What's wrong? But the budget definitely went to his head. Yeah, face over IP. Rob Oz uses the face over IP for his emotes and his animated emotes. So anyway, I don't know. I don't think Star Citizen is in trouble. I'm just not spending any more money on it. And I would like to get my dual joystick thing running, because yeah, I wanna fight Strippin, or not Strippin, Lawman in his Carrack, because I have one too. St. Wiggly just subbed. How's it going, man? I am tired today. I'm so tired. I think it's just because my sleep schedule is messed up. But your name is going to go into a list of names, and then it's going to be randomly selected to be burnt up onto the new board. So all these people are going to be burnt onto the new board, but it's going to be some time. We got to finish these projects first. Yeah, it's a 6-axis, so dual joysticks. I'm going to put a thumb lever into one of the sticks, and then I've got Russian foot pedals that we need to get back into reverse engineering. We did some hardcore comprehensive reverse engineering of the VKB pedals to see what language they were speaking. They basically have an ATtiny85 that's hooked up to a magnet meter, and what that ATtiny85 is doing is it's making a digital signal that is a little bit encrypted in order to put data on a line that gets interpreted by a box that the Russians made. So what I'm trying to do is get rid of that box, make my own. So my own box, something that'll become a comprehensive large joystick. Now there's also Gamer Glass, which sounds like, I don't know, something entirely different, but Game Glass is probably something that I should incorporate into the setup so I don't have to program 10,000 buttons to do things. Buttons are fun, but if you've got like some of the interfaces with Game Glass, it's so much better. So, but yeah, the cool part about that VKB pedal thing, and it's hard for me to display, is that there were two signals. Like, I was looking at ones and zeros on a page, right? This is like 6 years ago. I was looking at ones and zeros on a page for each packet that comes through, just in parallel, and looking at it and trying to figure out, you know, what is happening here, what's being communicated. And the ones and the zeros seem to be flipping in ways that I just didn't understand. Turning it into hex didn't work. It was just, nothing made any sense, because we knew that we were progressing through the different angles at a rate. So we knew that we were changing the angle of what the magnetometer was supposedly reading, because we actually injected a signal into the microcontroller. And then on the other side, we got what looked like noise. It didn't make any sense. And so, yeah, this is a proprietary communication signal that we were trying to reverse engineer. So technically, not illegal, but also immoral. But anyway, so we were taking a look at the signal, and all the ones and zeros were just like static. What produces something that creates sort of static? Well, from my knowledge of gates and stuff like that, and RF signals and things like that, it's like, well, hold on a minute. This one is always the opposite of this one. This is always the opposite when the signal's coming through, if you consider that it's a counting sequence. And so it turns out we were able to reverse engineer it by running it through an XOR, or maybe they ran it through an XOR. I forget which one it is. Anyway, it was run through an XOR, and the XOR basically made it look like noise. So we got two halves of a packet, and we smash them together, the checksum works out. Dun, da, da. So anyway, we were able to then look at it, and it turns out it only does 180 degrees or something like that of the 360. And so I think we got a good signal out of it in the end. But for a while, I thought it was a totally failed project. Cool stuff, though. I don't know. I'm just describing it. Anyway, so I made brackets. I decided to go with this switch being used as just a, or sorry, this button, this mouse style button, being used much in the same way that you always see it used, where this button is basically being pressed linearly down by the cart. So I measured the height of the cart. I got this part. I made a duplicate of that part because I have that switch in the other style bracket. I have a duplicate of the part here sitting at a certain distance off of the rail that I imported, and then basically just build it from there. I just decided on a width and I rolled with it. This might be a problem right here. The bolt might interfere with that. I just noticed that. Damn it. Well, anyway, we'll see what we get. I might have to move that back just a little bit in order to clearance it. Or not. It might work out. So anyway, boop. Wilkie0, thank you for the follow. What's up with all these follows? Why? I'm not popular. Go away. So yeah, here are the brackets. They're the simplest thing in the world to print. They're hard to show up on camera because this camera seems to favor reds a whole lot. It loves the reds. Open up the barn doors a little bit here. Grub it. What are you even talking about? That doesn't make any sense. All right, so limit switches on these weird looking brackets. Let's just see if we can make that work. Now the limit switches that I've already got installed are already soldered, so I guess we'll just work around that. Let me get a wrench, and we'll just see if they work out at all. If they do, I might be able to use them on the other axes too. And the question is whether or not I leave the lever on. I could break the lever off of the actual switch itself. These are relatively cheap push button switches, so there's that. I gotta get the 2 screws out of this. Come on, buddy. There you go. We'll just see. We'll see what happens. I also adjusted the axis a little bit. I did a whole thing where I bolted the 2 carts to a separate rail to keep them in the same spot, loosened all the brackets here, and just scooched it a little bit. So this one is the limit switch that I think might be difficult to fit on. I got plenty of room for it now. Plenty of room. All right, so that one's gonna go on like this. I didn't make a mirror image of this. I would have liked to have this surface be the one that faces outward, because this is my build plate surface. I'm printing on glass, but it's got like a plasticized like texture thing on it to make it a little bit more grippy. So that's that sort of texture. It's kind of a nice look. On the other side is the part that was facing upwards, because I'm printing so hot, it doesn't have a matte texture, and it's like bubbling a little weirdly. Printer probably could use another round of adjustments, but I'm not gonna bother. I'm not gonna bother with that. So typically what I would do is I would have this surface facing outwards, but because this is directional, it's not, I can't just flip it. I would have to make a mirror image of these, or, you know, flip part on the bed and print it that way. Whatever. Whatever. More like no bother. How about you shut the fuck up? How about that? Fucking asshole. No, I'm just kidding with you. I'm just messing with you. All right. Don't colon D me. All right, so anyway, get this thing back together. Ah, here's something I didn't anticipate. I thought about it, but I didn't anticipate it. The lever for the button is completely in the way if I do this. Yes, sir. That is completely in the way. All right, so let's get the one where I actually ripped off the lever, and let's see if this works. So I'm gonna install a different switch here. And I made these are actually 2 millimeter, and these are 2.5. There's a lot of material, so those screws are really gonna grip, but it's difficult to start them. All right, so I need to get my switches out here without dumping this stuff out. Okay, hold on. Ooh, that was a careful operation. So here are the ones that we were testing with, and some of them have been drilled out to have wider holes. Yeah, this one's been drilled out to have wider holes, but it's also had the lever removed. So let's try it though. It's D colon, not colon D. Okay. All right, let's see what we built here. The only problem with doing it like this is that because of the extra size of the holes, they're gonna have a tendency to be able to wander around. Come on, buddy. Oh god, it like immediately went crooked. What the? Ah, come on, man. Clive 5. Thank you for following. All right. There we go. You guys can see what's up. All right, people come in here with completely off-topic stuff I'm gonna start ignoring. Like, I'm trying to work on my own project. I love hearing about your projects on Discord. Come on, man. All right, so let's get this thing in here. And get the other screw on that. Yeah, so that one was going in completely crooked. It was ridiculous. Anyway, how's it going, people from Mad Ford Engineering? What are they working on lately? I sincerely miss having a car project. I'm car project-less, mostly monetary issues, also space issues. Also, the fact that the price of the 944 has gone up exponentially. We need Torx screws. Torx are the superior fastener, yes. This is true. So the thing I designed, being a very simple bracket, because of the way that my 3D printer is now configured, has come to fruition. I can trust this stuff in the computer, and I can design stuff very quickly. Sorry about the shadows. I've got the light in a weird spot. Yeah, it's hard to manage the shadows. Look at how red the reds are. Jesus, calm down, red. Man. So yeah, I would like to use this button as just a button. Click, click, click. It makes a nice sharp mouse click. So as this comes in, it'll just pop up against this. All right. Ooh, wrong camera, sorry. There you go. Got to cycle through. All right, so yeah, let's see what this is like in lieu of the previous design. The whole point. See, here's problem number 2. Is that this is being pushed this way. The bottom of these linear rails are like 1 millimeter beyond 10, maybe 2. They're probably 12. Let's see what they are. It's hard for me to measure. There's so much stuff in the way. Yeah, they're almost 13 millimeter. So that being said, they are a little bit thicker than the maker beam. So when this goes on, it's actually going on crooked, which might be okay, but the whole point of the limit switch is that there's supposed to be an absolute stop. This is even worse, because this cart is much wider. So this is interfering with this, and I can't get this all the way to the end. Son of a bitch. I could put it on little standoffs, but then the bolt might not have anything to grip. So I'm gonna put it in crooked right now, and we'll see what that's like, but it's not great. It's not great. It's not exactly mechanically sound, you know? The way that I did this previously was I was keying off of the fact that I had 2 pieces of maker beam making up that cart, and that piece of maker beam would collide with the limit switch. But I'm taking the cart position as the absolute position now. Oh yeah, the other question is whether or not this bolt will even go on, which means we might need to redesign this entire thing. It's about an hour to print up a new set of carts, so that's not terrible. But it seems like I'm gonna have to do a mirrored cart. Yeah, it's just not gonna work. That one's just not gonna work. Well, let's see if I got the height correct-ish. This is what, I mean, hey, this is iterative 3D printing and design, you know? Some detail you overlooked coming back to bite you in the ass. Yeah, that one is exactly the distance that I would need. I need to measure the diameter of the tool, actually, and incorporate that in the drawing. So we will. We'll do the edits on this thing. 7.8. If I leave exactly 7.8 millimeters, this thing will barely fit, barely be able to turn. Let's just see if we got it right over here, though, because I don't want to leave any stone unturned. Unturn. All right, got our limit switch. The camera is like, holy fuck, is that the color red? And I move the axis over. Oh yeah, I more carefully move the axis over as not to shake my entire table. It's the stop motion animation of the cart coming in. Now I would like to get that switch a lot closer to the end. I don't know if I want to move all the fasteners to one side though. It means that that switch is going to have to be at a much higher offset from the rail. Here it comes. It's actually not a good angle. And there's a USB connector in the way. I see the lamp. The lamp is hitting that. All right, there we go. Okay. Oh my God, look out. No, click. Click, click, click. The suspense is killing me. No, click. Yeah, that's not a lot of mechanical force, which is perfect. You know, I can see the switch moving a little bit, but I think it's pretty well held. I think if I space out the fasteners, I'll have plenty of room for it, but then I need some kind of an offset in order to get around the stuff that's already connected. Yeah, the pee-pee sweat. That's perfect. Because I really want that switch to be here. I keep bumping these frickin' lenses and they keep falling off. I'm afraid I'm going to break one of my little 3D prints over here. This one was the most complicated bracket that I've ever fucking made. And the reason that it's so complicated is because there are so many surfaces in the model that I downloaded for this thing, and they were all trying to extrude individually. So I literally had to click 75 different surfaces in order to just extrude a circle. I think there's a setting that I need to disable in order to do something like that again in the future. Live and learn, though. I'm just an amateur. I'm not an expert on this shit. I may have gone to school, but I didn't go to school for this kind of tomfoolery. I don't know if it's a decent limit switch. The contact area is so small. I don't think there's any chance that it's going to be moving, though, from the mechanical stuff. And it is pretty well adjustable. So, I mean, the adjustability of having these two bolts here, I think what I need to do is I need to widen these, and then I need to clear this, and I need to figure out if that switch, because that switch right now is threatening to not be connected with the cart. I need to figure out how to get that switch in there properly. I think that it might garner just a 1 millimeter sidewall. Yeah, there we go. See that? So it's like half of the switch is being used. A little bit of tomfoolery, a little bit of shenanigans. I am a little bit of fun with that. Tried so hard to lose it all. I mean, I could do, I could bridge it over the top. I could just make a little end cap that would be like in a C shape. Well, the C shape with the inserts, C shape with like a little inset on the sides, and then that could just hold the switch, and it would get in the way of this. That's not good if I need to move this, and I don't want to reset my 0 point. I gotta think about that, because yeah, that would basically put the switch up in the right orientation to hit the entire side of the cart, like that. But I wouldn't really be able to get it low enough. That's the only problem. But it would be held in 2 places on either end, and I guess it would be capable of, now, you know what, if it's held in 2 places on either end, then it would be prone to leaning out, and that would change the 0 point. So what we had in the previous version of Burn the Subs were, do I still have one on the desk? Yeah, here we go. This one's number 2. I think number 2 might have been responsible for zeroing the entire device. But what we had previously on Burn the Subs were maker beam rails that would just contact these rollers and click over these switches. There's a couple things that potentially are wrong with that, because we're talking about very, very small distances here. We're talking about fractions of millimeters. And so when we're talking about fractions of millimeters, this little roller on the end is not a precision device. This little roller on the end is literally just a piece of plastic. And so how much can you trust that this thing was super precision made? You can't. You really can't. This isn't exactly a bearing roller. These are good for like arcade buttons and stuff, because arcade buttons, you're just looking for that click over. It's not a precise location. Ideally, I would use something with magnets on the end of this thing. Optical can work, but this thing can be prone to dust, especially given that my whole shop is prone to dust. I want to continue with just a physical limit switch for this version of the board. We're not going to reinvent the wheel. And so in doing so, the parts that I have lying around are additional ones of these types of roller switches, although these are used in computer mice. And so over time, I don't think the click location's going to wander, but I think most of us here, especially the hardcore gamers, will know that eventually the Omeron switch does fail. But then again, these deal with like 10 billion clicks a day, whereas this one will click like 3 times in a day. I guess getting rid of the rocker portion of this gets us out of the territory where, oh, maybe bending it is an issue and stuff like that. Although I really don't think that bending it was an issue with these. But the contact point is really important. I want to get that contact point to be pretty precise. So if I move that out so that it doesn't contact this, hold on, I'm burping. Whew, man, that was a tough one. So it doesn't contact the roller. That's going to move it way over to this side. And that might move it way over to this side to the point where it doesn't make contact anymore. Now I can just be iterative about this and just make it. Just make it and see if it does that. Or I can be a little bit more analytical and we can actually do some measurements on this stuff to figure out where it's going to be. So we're going to modify this bracket and we're going to make it stand off this distance, not this distance. It will clear both of those then, but the switch might be too far over. Let's take a look. Let's take a look, because Fusion will be able to give us a little bit of an idea of what our parameters have done. Actually, one thing that we could also do is just use space offs. We just use spacers right now. Can you make the mount go around the outside of the switch? I kind of considered that. I mean, I could, but it's puppy codes. I don't have any puppy codes. Thank you for following. I think that might be a little too elaborate, unless I put it on its own like standoffs. But then on that standoff, would it be able to wobble around? I'm afraid of that. See, what I can do is I can take this and extrude into it, and then this top piece and maybe a little bit down here and extrude out of it, and then I'll have all the space that I need. But first we need to clearance those screws, as we just saw. Let's work on that first. I mean, I could just loosen this also to the point where, God damn fucking little lenses, I keep bumping up. I'm gonna put these elsewhere. And then my glucometer has not given me a moment's peace today, and I don't know why. I literally have only eaten like bland egg salad. Look at this, not a moment's peace. Everything is a big damn emergency with this thing. Apparently this constitutes an emergency that's worth interrupting my stream. Thank you, Tandem, for making all of the alerts emergencies, no matter what they are. All right, anyway. I've been a short fuse today, if you guys didn't notice. I lack sleep. I lack sleep. Where's my mouse? Ow, that thing is sharp. I'm hoping to replace this, by the way. We're replacing this. I'm gonna make a whole cart for the laser axis that'll do it a bit more justice. It'll be in red. I'll make it red. Anyway, first, this thing. This unfortunate, horrible thing that we've created. It is terrible. So what is the, actually, wait, before I even do that. Sorry, I'm going insane. Boy, nobody will get that. It was all just a dream. It's the guy who made that jar, the jar. Okay. This guy right here. Loosen up the fastener and just press this thing against it. Actually, you know what? For this, I'm gonna get the laser out of here. Do I need to do that? Yeah, I'm gonna do that. No, I can't. I can't. Never mind. I spiral wrapped the whole thing. I can't get the laser out of here. God damn it. What do prusa printers use? I don't think they have limit switches. Don't no. We're not doing that thing. I mean, yeah, I could use an overcurrent sensor, but I don't think my drivers can do that. I don't think I have that vintage of drivers in this thing, and I'm not going that far. Because, yeah, that would just need a limit stop, and then your cart would just crash into the limit stop. And then it would sense the overcurrent event and interpret that as a limit switch is being hit. I don't know if you can differentiate X and Y. I think you can, but I just don't have those drivers. It's just not the system that I have. And I'm not gonna spool up the other ones. We can just put switches on this thing. Yeah, I don't know what the advantages and disadvantages of that system are. I think it probably works pretty well. Otherwise, the Germans wouldn't be parading it around. The people who make Trinamic motor controllers. It's probably a pretty good... I'm trying to tighten this thing. Fuck. No. Righty, tighty, lefty. God damn it. I was going the wrong direction. I'm so sorry. I hate it when you do that, right? You're under a car and you have to reach around stuff in order to... Shorty, what are you doing up so early? You have to like reach around a bunch of stuff in order to tighten or loosen something. You end up like with a 16th of a turn per engagement on the bolt, and you're going in the wrong direction. You are a shade tree mechanic. God damn it. Do you ever do ham radio SDR stuff? There's only so many hours in the day. I have not, but I have in the past. And I am interested in doing more radio stuff. I just don't have a lot of radio projects on my table right now. I do like, it'd be nice to be able to show off my RF chops, because I do know a thing or two about RF. And chat doesn't know a thing or two about RF and RF design. And I like it that way, because then less people are up my patootie about every single decision that I make. Had to go to the beach so you're awake. Enjoy your beach day. Yeah, this is not working out. What am I doing? This way, right? Yeah, screwing it in. This way. I don't have a ham radio license. I'm bad at tests. No, I wanted to take a ham radio test, and I studied a little bit for it, but oh, I see. It's just completely gone. All right, you know what? You sit over like here and just get out of my way for a little bit, buddy. God damn it. Fucking, I undid that unintentionally trying to tighten it up. This is a bad mount. This is not a good mount. I got my ham license in 2020, but I haven't really messed with it too much. Yeah, you guys should like get into radio communications with one another. And you can realize how nasally everybody's voices are. Anyway, yeah, I haven't done a lot with RF, and I would like to. There's some cool stuff about RF that's really fun to talk about. But for now, we're in limit switch hell. So I just need to figure this out. And, the drivers that I've got running burn the subs that I'm not going to replace at this junction do not do overcurrent limit switching. Yeah, the laser's going to go all over the place, but at least we can take a look at the mechanicals here. Oh yeah, loosen that up. So if I do loosen this up and I make it fit around this, what's that going to do? Here, I'll just take this off, and then we can see how it, oh, it didn't drop. I expected it to drop off, and that would have been the joke. Yeah, software-defined radios are really cool. Really hacky. They're really cool. So if I have it all the way out here, oh, that'll still make contact, supposedly. Turn the switch 90 degrees. Oh, God. And have it like that. No. Nope. I'm just going to clearance it to this. I'll clearance it to this, and we'll take it from there. The technician level test is relatively easy. There's perhaps some 10 questions in the pool that you might have to memorize, but the rest can be easily figured out on the spot with a basic electronics background. I wouldn't want that. I don't want that. Why would I reach for mediocrity when I could go for broke and do the real ham test? I was just fairly annoyed with the whole school and studying thing, and I didn't get around to actually learning what would be on that test. I think these are a little crooked. This might represent an absolute maximum. 1.5 millimeters, and I think I could probably finagle it down a little bit because it looks like, yeah, this is crooked. So one thing to correct would be to de-crookedize that. I don't want my pulley to be crooked over here. We'll give it 1.5 millimeters and we'll see what happens. Ow. Metal in the way of my using the computer now. Everybody move. I gotta use the mouse. Get out of my light. Oop. All right, so 1.5 millimeters is the extra clearance that we need here, which would leave 0.5 millimeter on this. I probably want to continue to use this thing at 2 millimeters. So what I'll do is, well, I could do a new design. I might as well do a new design just to show you guys what went into building this one. And I should probably make it from scratch instead of continuing to pollute this drawing with a bunch of different designs. But I'll continue to pollute this drawing, and the timeline is going to be an absolute massacre. And then something will go wrong early on, and then the whole drawing will collapse in on itself like a neutron star. All right, so let's go a little bit up the line here, and I'm just going to select either of these faces, these sort of outward faces of the maker beam that I want to use in order to create this thing. Now, the thing is, the maker beam is 10 millimeters. It's 10 millimeters, so I could just take a 10 millimeter box and design around that, because that's essentially what we're going to be doing. I would love to like be in my own delusions here and just say that we're doing this because in the future we can design a blah blah blah. No, it's not. It's just it's such a mess. Anyway, create a new sketch. Create a new sketch on that face. Basically, what I'm going to rely on is the center line, which is, it's not really all that necessary that, you know, I get a bunch of other features from this thing. So I've already actually made a construction line in the other drawings that is a center line. I don't, maybe it's not a good idea to project that, but here's Origin. Origin's pretty cool. Not the company, the Origin like 00. We could take a line going from there, and I could just make it 1,000 miles long. Cool. All right, we did it. We made a line. If I construction line that, this one is it's a black line, which means that it has constraints on it. So the constraint is Origin, right? Yeah, Blue Origin. We're gonna send Shatner into space. That's our Origin. Okay, so what I did earlier was I made a 30 millimeter cart. I don't think that's going to apply anymore because that 30 millimeter cart was running into a lot of trouble here. I had trouble getting the fasteners in on this thing. Now I remember all these dimensions, so this is going to go a lot smoother than it probably has any right to. I don't remember these dimensions, but that's why I had the actual part. And oh no, we started our sketch before I made a repeat copy of the switch. So what I need to do is finish the sketch, and our sketch is now one line, and I'm going to take myself in the timeline back before that sketch. So now that I'm back before that sketch, what I can do is I can make a duplicate of this by moving this part. Move copy, it's going to select bodies because if anything, Fusion 360 is going to default in irritation. So I'm going to go to components because that's what this is. This is a component that we imported from DigiKey. The very DigiKey himself, John DigiKey, related to Master Chief, has sanctioned this part for us. Now, we looked through DigiKey on their catalog to find parts that had 3D models that didn't require me to make another sign-in, because every time I make a fucking sign-in, it gets hacked, and then everybody knows my email again. I hate that shit. We would love for you to have an account with us. I don't want an account with you because you're going to get hacked, inevitably. And then my credit card number and my address and my fucking shoe size, everything is going to be available to whoever the fuck wants it. I moved it before, and for some reason Fusion, in order to maximize irritation, has grayed out that option. I don't know why it does that. Oh, you want to create a copy? I forgot where it was. We're just gonna move that part. It's like, why? Cancel. All right. So anyway, right click, move copy, not bodies. I want to move the whole component. Click on a center spot, or at least the part that has decent orientation on it. And if you can't find a spot like that, if your component is all wobbly and wobbly and wavy, you can just click into like point to point and then click back, and it'll choose sort of a center of origin that's aligned with all the stuff. So anyway, before I move it, I tell it to create a copy, and I'm just going to wang jangle that thing over there, and that's it. I'll just give it enough room that my new bracket can exist. Maybe a little bit more room than that. All right, good to go. Okay, so now we have our virtual component floating in virtual space virtually, and virtual signaling at us. So I'm going to then move the timeline back over to that sketch. So now that sketch exists. Oh, wait, no, wait, no, wait, no, wait, no, wait, no, wait. Rewind time. I need to actually lock this thing down, and it's not really telling me. I don't have that command up here. I don't know how to make that command happen. The capture position command. I could rewind time all the way back to the previous capture position. Maybe that's what I need to do, because what I want to make sure that this guy over here, when I open the sketch, this thing is available in the sketch. That's just what I wanted to make sure. I have a custom domain for my email, and I use catch-all email addresses so I can have a unique email address for each service. God damn, I would love to do that. I would love to set up all of that. I don't know about password managers, though. I don't think I trust them. I do just rotate passwords. I've got a whole rotation in effect that I had to learn for government stuff. Alrighty, so our switch is positioned at the height that I wanted it to be, as in this height. So that's an important number that I've preserved from one bracket to the next. So we've got the height where the switch is going to click off in the right spot. Actually, to be fair, I'm going to have to be careful to design the cart for the axis to make sure that that remains clear. That'll be interesting. Oh boy, how the hell am I going to do that? Anyway, that'll be a big print. Okay. So that switch is in the position that we need it to be. We just need an outline to extrude to that switch. In previous iterations, I took the center point of this switch from this surface to this surface. I took that center point and then I blew it out in order to make the screw mount locations. I don't know if that's a great idea. Now, we still have all the three-dimensional stuff that I previously designed. So I can actually work with this. Why is that red? Oh, because there's a little bit of material in there. We can work with this in order to create what we want to create. So I'll measure this distance to the center of this hole, and then I'll add 5 millimeters, because these are 5 millimeters off from the end. Basically, took a 10 by 10 box and have a circle around it. Okay, anyway, so what do we got from inspect from here? That's not letting me. There we go. Well, that doesn't help me at all. Is that really 6.3? Oh, I guess I can't see the no, is that from center? I feel like that is measuring to the center, but I don't see the. I'm not seeing the. I want to know what that distance is. I mean, I could just draw a line from here to the center. It is not 3 millimeters. That's a lie. That's a lie. What about from here to the edge? Honestly, that's kind of useless to me. I guess that should be about the same radius. So we'll make that. Well, that needs to be larger than that. I mean, that needs to be large enough for me to fit the 7.8 circle in there. I mean, I could do this a different way. Hold on. So if I take that as it is right now, and I make a to consider the tool that I'm going to use in order to tighten this thing, I make that 7.5. Make that 8 millimeters just to be safe. Take it 8 millimeters from this edge that I have not projected into the drawing yet. So if I hit P and I project this into the drawing, and I take that out 8 millimeters, which, oh, I see, that's not centered. How am I going to do this? I'm trying to get an approximate idea of, I don't want to do too much projection. The projections that I do need are these two holes. I highlight multiple things there? I don't, yeah, 3 selected. I don't trust that. P for project. Select this. Select that. Okay, that'll give me the centers of those. And then I need to figure out what the width of the whole thing is going to be. So I kind of want to like have a distance from each of these. What up, Digger? 5689. Bounce like springs. All right, so I'm just trying to make this like even. I mean, if I take it to 35 millimeters, do you think? I think maybe 35 millimeters, and we can see where that gets us. Because I can slide the box around. I just want it to be kind of like a moderately even number, so that things aren't like totally crazy in this bracket. It doesn't need to be, but it's just nice. It's just nice. So let's create a center rectangle, and let me just make that 10 by 40. And actually, it should probably be 9.8. I'm going to give it 0.2 clearance on the top and the bottom so that I don't run into this stuff, so that it slides in spite of that stuff existing. So we can see that there are blue lines over here on the outside, and what that means is that something is not constrained, and what's not constrained is the position of this rectangle. Actually, 40, 35. And then part of the design of the bracket, and what I've settled on, is having 5 millimeters in from the side. So 2 construction lines in from each side. So I'll take it from the center over here, take it in 5, and then take the other one in 5. You guys are benefiting from me having already designed this part. And then these are 2 point... What the hell are they? Hold on. What was that size? I forget. I think 3.4, right? This inspect is nigh on useless. That's amazing. That's just amazing because it's so incredibly wrong. God damn it. So the maker beams are like 2.5, and I think I give them 3.4 millimeters as clearance. I would like to actually get a good measurement of that. What was I using? What is wrong with inspect? There we go. Yeah, 3.4. Okay. It's a little loose fitting, to be honest. I think I could probably go to 3, but... Oops, that's construction line. I hit X. 3.4! The only problem with 3.4 is that these little surfaces, the little difference between those two lines, the virtual maker beam line and the line that I've created in order to make that radius, are conflicting with one another, and I just have to be cognizant of that. I'm gonna have to click on a lot of stuff in order to make the extrusions that I want to make. That's not what okay. 3.4. That's our holes. I could make it 3.35. I could make it 3, and the 2.5 millimeter maker beam would probably rattle around within that pretty safely, to be honest. I'm not gonna bother. All right, so then I need a construction line so that I can plan out hardware, fasteners, and whatnot at 7.5. I'll make that 8 just to avoid confusion. And 8 might be a little too... No, 8's pretty good. 8's pretty good. Now, why is that one... Okay, yeah, because everything moves with it. So that's the constraint that I'm missing, is where on this center line this thing exists. But now that I got this, I can come over here and I could just see the position and what's going to work out. I mean, it looks like that extra 5 millimeter gave us just enough space to just put it right there. Our numbers aren't going to be even by any means, so whatever. That'll do. That'll do. Hold on. Internal thought. Thinking. Yeah, I think that's good. All right, so from there, I need something that's going to hold up this switch, and I need it to hold it up and out. It could be any shape. What I made it before was this giant blade. We could probably avoid the giant blade. I could make a trough around those 2 screws and it'll just hold the switch up in space. It doesn't really need to look all that fancy. It's not like mechanically anything too complicated is going on here. So what I can do is I can actually just create a the other part about the switch is that those two sections right there are raised, so it's not like the switch is even sitting on all that material. The switch doesn't sit up against any of this stuff. It's just sitting against these two pieces right here. So if we just keep something that preserves that, that'll be okay. My only concern is that piece warping over time, and I don't think it will, because one of the screw holes is going to be inside of, or mostly inside of, our plastic plate, and then the other one will be supported up there, and if I keep it 2 millimeters, that'll be fine. We'll just have it bust out of the rest of everything in order to, you know, make the appropriate shape. So yeah, let's go back to the sketch. This drawing is just a mess. Really, what I should have been doing is starting a new drawing for every single one, but, you know, I think limitations of Fusion might start to get angry. The only other thing is that if I do a trough, or whatever it's called, a slot, the hard edges of the slot are going to make more surfaces inside of the main piece of the plastic, and it's going to be even more annoying to click on everything when I do the extrusion. I guess it can't be helped. So create slute, and we'll do center to center, because we already have two centers here. Center to center, and we just make it big. Make it a big old slot. All I need to do is make sure that it doesn't interfere with the front of the button. How big do you think that needs to be? I mean, if I want to preserve kind of the look of everything, it should be 10 millimeters or 9.8. 9.8. And that would preserve the thickness of everything else that I've designed so far. This is a 9.8 millimeter wide thing. I really could take that width down a little bit, couldn't I? Get it a little closer in. Use less of my rail space and be a little bit less obnoxious. 33. And I gotta move the center. Luckily, nothing is really locked into it, so... yeah, 33. I mean, 32 would be the better number, just because it's a cleaner number. But it's not that much of a big deal if it's... Yeah, I think that gets too close to both things. But then again, we're about a half a millimeter out, so 7.6, right? Which is perfect there, and it'll be good on this one. Yeah, all right. That's as little room as we can make it take up. Make it 3.35. No, no 32. It's a clean number. It is. All right, so that's going to look weird, but I think it'll work. And the switch is, of course, going to stick a little bit over that. That's an old message. I'm sorry. Sometimes chat slows down, and I have to go into low numbers streamer mode. I'm not as privileged as these big boy streamers that always have a lot of activity in chat. So I'll go into solo streamer mode and ignore chat and just do the gift of gab. Just start talking. It's gonna be in here. Okay, so it's a little awkward, but I think it's pretty good. I think it's as good as we're gonna get for this. Previously, what I would have done is chamfer the edges of this thing. I'm mostly just watching you work now and resisting the urge to make lame jokes. Yeah, I could have done a trough from end to end, and then all my chamfers would have already been in the design. Oh, but that means that I wouldn't be 5 millimeters from the edge on these holes. That wouldn't work. I mean, I could do this, you know, in post, and then I just don't highlight the stuff that I want to have. And I could do that with circles. I don't need a slot in order to do that. I can just take this, and I can just go out to here. And then I don't even need to fillet all of my edges. It just gets a little annoying. Oh, no, I can't, because it's 9.8. That's right. The fillets are going to be a little weird on this one. Never mind. We'll do that in post. Wait, why wouldn't it be 9.8? Oh, because I took this to 5 millimeters. It probably should have been a little closer to the edge because it's 9.8. So all the math, let's not worry about it. It doesn't really matter that much. I'll be able to get a good chamfer on it. It's just gonna look a little pushed out. I mean, what would it be? It would be 4.9. What does that look like? Yeah, see, that's what gets us to that edge. I don't know. Let's see if it works out. No, 4.9 because it's diameter versus radius. It's like if I take that to there, and then this is 4.9. Yeah, that does define it properly. I'd have to click on so much stuff in order to do the extrusion. All right, so let's, you know, something I don't like is that this is going to be, that's going to be like an awkward looking post that sits out from the whole thing. Well, let's see what we can do. It's going to look like shit. It's going to look absolutely like dog dick. It's going to look really bad, but we'll roll with it and see what happens. So let's see. If I'm doing this and preserving the height, I could take like material out of the bracket's bottom, or I could raise the switch up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my first extrusion and I'm just going to take all this stuff up here and I'm going to go distance to object as a new body, right? So to object being up to there, and then click OK on that. And so that's our new bracket. Oh, okay. You see, this is what I'm talking about. It actually made two bodies because there was a microscopic line, a microscopic freaking line between these two. So I'm going to Control Z my way out of that. And I'm going to extrude again. And this time I got to select that tiny little line right there. And that's what I mean about the maker beam. See, the maker beam has, they did slight chamfered edges on that model. So that model has two lines in there. And so it'll split everything up. I should really learn using Fusion 360. It's pretty easy. It's not too bad. It can be annoying, but so can everything. So anyway, distance to object. We're going to there. Click OK on that. Now it's gonna hide the sketch, so I need the sketch back. Now I'm gonna unview the switch because I don't want to fuse anything with the switch. I need to make sure that whatever I make, if I combine it, it's only going to combine what's visible. So what I'll do is I'll hit extrude again, and this time select all this stuff. Make sure that my microscopic line through everything is not being mishandled. I think that's it. I don't think that's going to make any cuts. That I'm going to extrude 2 millimeters in order to preserve my shape, right? 2 millimeter, yeah, 2 millimeter. I want that extrusion. And I would like it to join. I didn't select that. I didn't select that. So that's just going to make that. That was more than 2 millimeters before. Interesting. Click OK on that. So what we have left, and I can move the object later on. When I alter that height, that'll alter the thickness of this piece right here. It's just that I have the concentration span of a fish. Oh man, you gotta pick your battles with that. Learning CAD is a good thing. What was the distance that we had to be off? Well, let me fiddle with this axis and let me figure out what kind of distance that I have between the edge of this bracket and the maker beam here. And we can try to roll from there. Chat, what do you guys know about rolling in the deep? Your brain goes numb? The problem is when I loosen this, it's all going to spring in. I got to be careful not to move it too far. Does that feel okay? Feels a little bit more taut than before. Maybe it's just that this is getting caught in there. Jesus Christ, this is a mess. This is a mess. I'm trying to rein in the mess. That's what this is all about. See, there's no distance between the two here. I could probably even mount the old one. Make all that we've done completely pointless, except for the fact that I can't get fasteners on this. And it still does sit at an angle, because there is just a little bit of width here. So what do we give this? Do we give it 0.5 millimeter, or do we give it 1 millimeter? Bless this mess. Well, I don't think so. I don't think we need to pull religion into this mess here. Oh, you know what I'm doing? I'm trying to push in on this cart to make this thing retract and make this go further out. But this piece and this piece are not attached to one another. But this piece and this piece are. So what I really should have been doing is holding on to this. Hey, back over here. So yeah, that's 1 millimeter, huh? If I give it 1 millimeter, I can barely fit that on. So let me see here. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna take this, extrude this and this 1 millimeter as a cut. And then I want to see what the remainder of the thickness is. And it might actually be tenable. I want to keep 2 millimeters of thickness because I have a feeling there's not much mechanical force in here, but if 1 millimeter of PETG might be a little bit flexible. So hold on one sec. Get it. Oh, I wasn't hitting the escape key. Inspect this line. What do we got? Dogs, it's 2 millimeters exactly. Okay. That'll be fun to print now. I know. That's not gonna make a good print. It's actually gonna make an absolutely terrible print. Yeah, I guess the strategy here is going to be doing this out to 3 millimeters and then knocking that off. Knock it off. Yeah, Control Z that, and then let's let me see here. Okay, so let me repeat what I was doing there. Repeat all that, except now I am not going to do that last step, and then I will take the time back to where this is, just floating in space, do a move command on it, and then I'll move it down 1 millimeter. That'll design it down into the beam, but I'm listening to the stream while strolling in the streets of Malta. Don't bother asks, what do I know about rolling in the deep? I know that there's a fire starting in my heart, sorry, reaching a fever pitch, and it's bringing me out the dark. God damn it. That guy knows about rolling in the deep. Mover copy, component. Where's my, okay, whatever. And then go over to this, and then go back to this. There we go. Move it down 1 millimeter. Negative 0.1. Boom. That was 0.1. Control Z. Move copy. Components. This guy. Go to the point to point. Then go to this one. You go down. You go down 1 millimeter down. Oh, and now the position lock command actually. Let's do that. And then we can put time forward again, and now we've got a 2 millimeter bracket that's holding on to the switch. That is very 3D printable. That will 3D print like a dream. However, it doesn't have the offset. You put the song into my ears, now it goes on repeat. You did this to me, bother! Unfortunately, this isn't symmetrical because those screw holes, this isn't centered on these holes. If it was centered on these holes, it would be perfectly symmetrical, and I would be able to just flip it back and forth on the printer. I guess I could just figure it out. No, I don't want to. Okay, so here's the deal. I don't want to involve shims because if I print 1 millimeter shims for this thing, then I have to position shims properly in order to tighten this down. I want it to be one piece. And so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the outer construction line. Actually, they're not even construction lines. I can take the outer circles that I produced and I'll just extrude those by 1 millimeter. And so I'll have 2 millimeter circles on either end, and then I'll have the thing that's holding up the switch. It feels a little bit more flimsy in my mind if I think about like the mechanics of it, but I think that PETG can hold up to this kind of thing. I think PETG can hold up to this kind of thing. That's the assumption I'm making, and it might ruin my multi-$100 board, but you gotta pick your battles sometimes. Listen here, you little shit. Okay, there's no seam in there. Good. Wait, why did it select all that? Escape. God damn it. Extrude. This, 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 this. No, we don't want that. This, this. And then I'm going to make that go into the thing. -1 millimeter. That's not going to be represented in the final model, unfortunately, because of the way I'm designing it. I mean, I could offset everything by 0.5 millimeter. I could offset all 3 of these steps by 0.5 millimeter, and then I could move the switch back to where it was originally. Yeah, maybe I'll do that just to show what this thing is doing. Yeah, and then we can view it like the real thing. All right, so anyway, but now that I've done that extrusion, it still is a great piece of shit. So what I'm going to do is go in and I'm going to do appearance, because that's super important. It actually kind of is. Doing the appearance of everything and making it either look like it does in real life or making it at least just contrast with the rest of the drawing to look good, that's important because I'm streaming it, you know? All right, so there's our part. This is what I can print in the printer. It's not viewing it because it's not... I really needed individual drawings for each of these parts. I'm working kind of like as if you guys would with like an educational copy of Fusion, and just doing things in the same drawing over and over again. Yeah, dress for the part you want to make, not for the part you have. I could make this thicker too. Oh, no, I can't. The whole point of it is that that thing is not thicker. Duh. I dumb, chat. I have dumb. Where'd I get the CAD of the Switch itself? From the Switch company, whoever makes it. I don't think Omeron has... I should have probably gotten an Omeron Switch, but I went to... What did you do to Tom Tomato, Uncle Phil? Jesus Christ, what is that? Who is... I don't know emotes. I don't know that there are different streamers on Twitch that have different emotes. I'm scared. I'm scared, and I'm going to end the stream. Anyway, where did I get the 3D model of this Switch? The 3D model of this Switch is from DigiKey. You can search by parts that are, and these are the important filters, by the way. You can search for parts that are in stock, current, have non-bulk packaging pricing, and have a 3D model and a picture. If you do those 5 filters, DigiKey becomes a useful website. It becomes a usable website. Because DigiKey exists for both. What is that? Who is that? Toggle bit. That's hilarious. So those 5 filters will get DigiKey to be like a normal website. DigiKey caters to industrial and consumer. So the industrial part of it is all bulk pricing things. And it's a great website. It's really wonderful. But if you put those 5 filters in, you will end up getting parts that are relevant. And so I looked for... Is DigiKey useful for Europe? It might not be. Maybe partially. It depends on where you are. Shipping in Europe is very variable, and it just from person to person. You know, I've only been able to see the people who interact here in Europe, and some of them, like you know, the upper parts of Sweden, some places like that, like they'll have a terrible time of getting parts from particular manufacturers. What's up, Gonad? How's it going? Did you see Davies partnered? That's super exciting. I'm happy for him. I'm so jealous that he partnered. I wish I could. Wait a minute. No electronics allowed in Europe. That's not the case. It's just very difficult to get stuff shipped to you because it's because it's Europe. I don't know, man. I didn't really plan for this to be the shape of the bracket, but I guess you deal with the cards you're dealt, chat, and it really isn't the size of the extrusion that matters. Oh, there's one thing wrong with this. If you guys can see what's wrong with this. Can you guys see what's wrong with this? I can see what's wrong with it because I've looked at a lot of things like this in my private time. So we need to go back to the sketch, our one and only sketch. This is a very simple bracket. you know? Very simple bracket. So this currently is a 2.37 millimeter hole. That's too much. We're going to take it down to 2 because I want those screws to absolutely be locked in. They need to not move for quite some time. It doesn't matter if it takes me a little bit of extra time to get it to thread in because it's going to be in effect for multiple years. The amount of time spent getting the screw to get in there versus, yeah. Anyway, I can show this kind of stuff on Twitch. So I need to add this to the extrusions. So which extrusion are we adding it to? That would be this one, the first one. And then I'm going to add, what the hell happened to this? It like broke my, oh, that's the target location. All right. There were times when this thing would just like straight up forget the extrusions that I told it. Okay, I think that does it. Yeah. All right, so far so good, right? But my entire thing is off by a little bit. So I'll take each of these extrusion steps and I will give it an offset of positive 0.5 millimeter. Actually, before I do that, I should probably move this back up. Good thing you spotted that. Realizing that after printing would have been infuriating. Yeah, that was my Wednesday. That's what I've been working on. Looks less like you're thinking than Bezos's rockets. Yeah, Jeff Bezos actually, he contacted me and he's like, bro, I'm going to need you to use this design. And I'm like, but that's not me, man. I don't do that. And he's like, well, if you want to stay on the platform, you're going to have to do it. I'm like, all right, Jeff Bezos, whatever you say. Let's see. It's not like I can offset the sketch or anything like that. So I think what I need to do is I need to go back to the position step and I need to hit modify, click on this guy, move it back up by 0.5. Or no, it was 1 millimeter, wasn't it? It was 1 millimeter off. Did we do 1 millimeter when we should have done 0.5? No, because I measured 0.78. Yeah, so it's 1 millimeter. Yeah, so we're moving it back a millimeter. Then I make the sketch. Then I extrude the sketch. Then oh yeah, finish position. What? What do you want? Finish. One warning. Compute failed. What did you fail to compute? I beg to differ. You did not fail to compute anything. What? Okay, whatever, AutoCAD. So anyway, make the sketch, extrude to the face. Let's see. That one would extrude from the sketch to the face, but it needs an offset. So we'll take that and we'll offset it by, what direction are we going in? Positive is that way. So we'll go with 1 millimeter offset. That's the wrong offset. That's the wrong place for the wrong offset. I need the offset to be, start from offset and make that 1 millimeter. All right. The next one would be this one. And I need to start it from an offset of 1 millimeter. Okay. And now we have all kinds of weird shit going on here. So I need to go those, and I need to start from, I could do object, but I'll just do offset on this. There we go. There's our solid again. Switch 3 is born. Do you think VR glasses would help with 3D CAD design, or is it just a gimmick? I think it would help. I think it would be kind of awesome. You know, you're not going to design a VR game without going into it in VR, and we're designing stuff in the real world. It might not be entirely necessary, but if you got the big wigs in the shop that day, or in the whatever your CAD lab that day, and you want to give them a tour of all the parts you're making, that would be a really fucking sweet thing to be able to do. You could throw it at Stevenson, and they'd be like, "Ah!" No, that would be really cool because they did that in like The Lion King, the shitty live action one that they did recently, where they had like the bigwigs were able to like tour around. The director was able to tour around in VR and figure out where stuff was. It was pretty cool. I think that would be very useful. I've looked into that for looking into parts in CAD, because I mean that somebody just like in Unreal Tournament Engine, very, very quick, or no, sorry, Unity. I think it was Unity, because you know all the shovelware Unity games that have VR, it's just like a checkbox to enable VR or not. And so there was a Star Citizen ship viewer, and you could do that in VR. And I was checking that out a little bit. So it's like it can't be that hard to do. It would be nice if if Fusion 360 just incorporated that, because that would be really interesting to have like a set of positioning controls and viewing controls and stuff and like walk around your design. You can look at it in scale. It's 4 pixels. I don't know what I'm looking at. You could walk on your PCB. Yeah, I think that would be really cool. And I don't think it would be all that complicated, but I've tried to look into DIY tools to do that. And I'm not a game developer, unfortunately. I think if I applied myself for long enough, I could probably learn quite a bit about game development. And I would love to be able to make something someday, but I just don't think I have the amount of work in me it requires to make a game. Unless we get into shovelware, which could be fun. All right, so the Chode 3.0 has been born. What an expression. What an expression of design. Beautiful. It's beautiful. I could put little like bolster that a little bit. Put chamfers on it. I don't know if that's really strictly necessary. Would make it look a little less penile. Maybe not. Maybe it wouldn't make it look less penile. I mean, I could just do that bracket design. I don't really think it needs to be that strong, though. There's no harm in doing that. Will the screws of the Maker Beam be long enough? No. Not at this point, no. I need to use the longer fasteners on these. It is what it is, though. I can't do anything about it. Yeah, good enough. That's so much material around this screw that, like, it's crazy. I know, this looks like, I mean, this looks more mechanically sound, but at the same time, we're talking about, like, enough force to push a button. It's not notable. Let's see. So the thing is, like, I can make the file here. I can't send it to the 3D printer here. I don't think my settings are over here. I don't think my settings differ all that much between the two computers, though. Maybe we can do that here. Where's prusa? Where's prusa? Oh, this is pointless. This is pointless. This is all from last week. All right, here we go. Prusa. P. Processing. No. Point cloud. No. Prusa. All right, I think I've got my settings in here so that I can print the PETG. All right. Please do no. Yeah, no. An FEM simulation of the button holder to make sure it's all in spec. Hey, we got a finite element analysis over here. I don't remember if these are the right settings or not for the red filament that I'm using right now. I've got 2 instances of Prusa, and they run off of the 2 different computers. I really should be running it from the file server instead, but I think it still saves in your local directory. So it'd be nice if Prusa had like a mobile version so that I wouldn't have to worry about which one has all the good settings and which one doesn't. I don't think this one has the good settings. I don't think so. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. We could just try it, I guess. The settings I've got in here right now say they're for the clear purple. I've only got purple and gray. I think red followed gray pretty closely, but clear purple would have more of the tuning stuff on it. Although for clear purple, I've been tweaking stuff to within an inch of its life. And the bed settings is what would have changed. The filament settings. Yeah, I think that's fine. 260, 260, 105, 90. Printing always at 260. Might have to back off of that a little bit. Maybe not. All right, we'll try it. We'll try it. What about... I feel like with the filament should come the support settings, but that's just what they... All right, don't generate any support material. Oh, and I did do a couple tweaks to support to make it work a lot better. But we're not doing support material on this one. I fixed some of my support settings. Oh, I did slow down layer 1 quite a bit. Yeah, I think I made it like 10% instead of 20. This is tough. I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna try this just because we're here. We're on this computer. I don't wanna have to jump over to the other computer. I could put up the game scene, and you guys would still hear me, and I'd go over to the other computer. That's not plugged in right now. It's not plugged in right now. So anyway, when I do these, and assuming that I have the good stuff, the good settings, all I do is rename the body, right click, save as mesh. I don't touch any of these settings. They're fine. They work really well. Click OK, and then that should go into a desktop folder called temp prints. And I could actually plug my slicer into Fusion 360 and have all that stuff work kind of in tandem. I think Fusion 360 might even have its own slicer. I'm not touching that stuff. Prusa works really great for what it does. It does good slicing. So anyway, save that to a folder. I'm doing this old school. Go to the desktop. Look for my temp print file. Date modified. There it is. Switch 3. Drag that in. For some reason, the 3MFs like insist on being like off of the bed when they come in. Really strange that it just chooses that area. So, origin is what side of the printer? Origin is front left, right? So my bed is like this. And the best printing happens over here. I'm gonna make 6 of these. So, number of instances, 6. Oh wait, but we didn't flip it, did we? Yeah, we're gonna flip it. So choose that. Place on bed. Bonk. Luckily, they all flip together. They're all flipping together. So this is like as simple as 3D printing gets, and it really enables you to use MakerBeam in a wholly unique way, in that if you get down kind of what typically works for you in terms of building like a bracket, right? Like I know the numbers that'll work for me when I'm building a bracket. I know how to space stuff out so that it'll print properly. So what I can do is when I'm building a big mechanical thing with MakerBeam, I can go, well, the MakerBeam brackets don't really fit there, so I'm going to print something in order to do that. Unfortunately, this one's going to need slightly longer bolts because these 3 millimeters that's not very kosher. Now I could have made it fit with all the right hardware, but the PETG bridges really badly. It supports and bridges pretty badly. So I tend to try to avoid bridging and supports because it'll make it actually takes up more width when I do a supported material. So I have to factor that into the design in order to make this print quickly and do its job. You can probably tune away from that. It's just I haven't put the work in. Tuning a printer is a job in and of itself, and it fills me with despair. I start to get nauseous, and I got like fop sweat, and then I start shaking, and yeah, you know. So anyway, I'm not going to do that. So slice it, and hopefully this very simple shape will print without drama. So what I can do is I can hit the export G code. This is a button all the way over here, export G code, and then I'll send it directly to Octoprint, and then it'll immediately start printing it. Because I'm doing PETG, I don't need to put anything down on the surface. The PETG is soda bottle plastic. It sticks to glass. It sticks to smooth glass that you've just cleaned. And then sometimes it sticks to glass so much that it will pull up grains of glass with it when you remove it. Now, that made me stray away from printing on a glass bed for a long time. But what really solved it for me, and what took it to the status that it's at right now, where I just hit Control P and say go do it, is I got a glass bed on the thing, and then when they're done printing, as they cool, I spritz them with a little Windex, and the Windex gets under and into the glass grains in order to pop it off. The surface that I have now, right now, the surface now, the surface that I have at the moment is a glass sheet, but it's got a plasticky kind of, or Teflon-y kind of coating on it. It's from Creality. It's got a different texture so that my prints aren't glass shiny. And then it doesn't seem to get the Windex under it as well. I'm still using it because I don't want to pull up any of the surface, but it seems like either of those are really, really good at keeping your bed clean. Yeah, that's what that button that I said. I hit the send G code button, and it sent it directly to Octoprint. I'm just gonna check on my bed here. Yeah, there's a couple little plastic hairs that I need to get rid of. I just get the bottle of Windex that I keep nearby. Flush cutters, tweezers, and a bottle of Windex. That's all I need in order to start a new print. Well, and a paper towel to brush off the bed. I used to use all the glue. That's why there's a glue stick holder on the wall. but I don't use that at the moment. If I go back to PLA, I might start using the glue again, you know, and flip this surface over. But just a little spritz of Windex, wipe it off, and then when it's done printing, I'll spritz the parts with the Windex as well. Windex with a warm bed. It doesn't need to be warm. I've done it before. Let me get this out of the way. I mean, this is fun to look at the beginning of streams, but it's definitely not what we're working on right now. Too many people have too many weird questions about it. Ooh, I just don't want to shake it too much. All right, so that's going to start up in a minute here. No, the flush cutters are for cutting the filament. When I store the filament, like when you pull the filament out of the hot end, there's going to be a little bit of like a hair on the end of it. And so it's better just to flush cut it and yeah, just go from there. And then I keep one of these trays nearby for all the off-print nonsense that you generate when you 3D print. Yeah, that's the cardboard you get. In Pennsylvania, you have beer distributors, so you get a lot at a time and then go from there. So I over the course of the pandemic, I accumulated a lot of these trays, and then I was like, you know, these are really good for storing like projects and parts. And I'm like, hey man, do you have like any extras of these? And he gave me like 40. So, you know, they don't exactly get their cash back on the cardboard for the bottom of the box. There it goes. Look at that automation. I'll set up the camera and then we'll do nothing but just watch the 3D print for the entire day. No, we don't do that. I don't do that. I'm not going to subject you guys to that kind of stuff. All right, so our brackets are printing. If the timing is correct, it's going to take an hour for that to happen. When moving, I usually go to the local supermarket and ask for boxes. I don't, you know, milk crates, I've found out, have a thing on them that tells you that stealing milk crates is like highly illegal. Did you know? So yeah, we've got a little bit less material on this thing now, but I think it's going to do a good job of holding that up. I don't have any reason to think that this is going to like warp in any kind of a significant way. If I really felt like it was going to move too much, I probably could have made that chamfer go all the way out there or draw a line there and just put plastic in that entire area. I could have even made like a little cutout on it to make it look fancy. You know, I don't think any of that's necessary. I think that'll hold the button in its position precisely over the course of years of getting clicked. We got 2 millimeters of material and that's all that I really require. I don't know how these ended up being more than 2 millimeter. I must have just moved the switch in such a way. Because it would have been nicer if that was a little closer to the card. But no, I think this will do well. And our switch is in exactly the same position as it was before. It just turns out we were able to clearance this a little bit more. I don't think the screws will stick out either. I could bring the model that I made of those screws into here, but I think we're okay. Push comes to shove, I can run a file on the back end of that and file down the screws, but I don't think that'll be necessary. They stick out of the other side of the switch by like 1 millimeter, and we've got 2 millimeters here. So these switches are imported from DigiKey. Oops, no. Yeah, 2 millimeters there. Yeah, these are parts from DigiKey that we created in order to represent the switches that I own. I bought a couple of these for end stops, and I'm going to use them for end stops. The alternative to doing this would be to spool up an entirely new driver for the stepper motors and just make like a block that stops the cart, and then the motor driver would sense an overcurrent event and then trigger a limit, which is a neat way to do it. And maybe we could do that with the new, we might not be able to. No, I don't know if the Granite Devices controller does that. It might, but it might not. And if it doesn't, that means we'll probably just use magnets on the new Burn the Subs. But for the old Burn the Subs, we'll just do a bracket and a slightly different switch, and that'll get rid of a little bit of the possibility that the problems that we were having with the previous board were related to these switches, because this is how we did it before. Yeah, DigiKey over, I don't know when it happened, because I'm a dinosaur like you, and I was using DigiKey back in the before times, like even before we had CAD programs to design circuit boards for us, or at least most of us did. The hobbyists had like what was equivalent to MS Paint in order to draw circuit boards. But yeah, back in the day, we didn't have access to even photos on DigiKey. Now you can actually sort by things that have 3D models. The problem is there are a lot of services out there that want your login, and I didn't want to log into some weird ass fucking service and have that leaked again, because I'm going to blow a gasket if my fucking email gets leaked again on the internet. I'm almost just done with anonymity entirely on the internet. Like, you just fuck it. Like, here's a like a charcoal rubbing of my dick. I hope you're happy with all this information you've gathered on me. But anyway, that beside, you have to search around a little bit for one of these 3D models that like typically would come directly from the parts manufacturer, and you don't have to actually like you know, give them your shoe size in order to download it. And so that's what we found. It's from a different company than the switches that I have. It's probably a slightly more professional company, because these were like super cheap, super like they're just super cheap ones. So anyway, we got an approximation of the switch shape, and then I imported that into Fusion 360, and then we got a maker beam rail that somebody had made, imported that into Fusion 360, and now we have all the parts we need in order to position the switch where we need it. So we did that. We built a trough, a couple troughs, distanced them, offset them, and now we have our adapter for the switch, which is now printing and will be done in an hour. This is why, okay, so the hardware portion of this, and I know most, like, there's a lot of new people in chat, right? There's a lot of new people in chat, and I love it, because I put something mechanical in the title, so we're not scaring away the mechies. I'm an EE, so typically we will do a lot of electronics kind of stuff here. Today we're doing a little bit more mechanical stuff. This is drawn out for way too long. This is like the 4th stream in a row, barring my weird absences from streaming, from, you know, life being weird and the vaccine. The vaccine kicking my fucking ass. Aside from my absences from streaming, this is like 4 in a row that we've been working on the same goddamn thing. And I don't know about you guys, but I am sick of looking at this axis. I know it's shaping up to be really, really cool, but we should have moved on from this a long time ago, in my mind, according to what according to the schedule that I wanted to keep. I wanted to get this board back up as soon as possible, and we still have software stuff to do on this. Yeah, electronics and programming. Nothing could be more disgusting. Bleh. Anyway, we gotta get our fingies back into the programming of this board, and that I hope is soon. But I really want to solve these mechanical issues and put my best foot forward on this. I've got a new heatsink coming. It's not going to be this weird-ass laptop heatsink that always cuts my hand. I've decided that after it's drawn blood, it's time to go. And then I need to shore up the laser mount. So let's start getting our ducks in a row for that. The part itself, I don't know when that's going to get here, but it's an M2 drive cooler. It's just another heat pipe kind of thing, but I think it'll look a lot cooler on this cart. So we need to figure out a couple things on this, and one of them, I guess, is how we're going to take heat from this and turn it 90 degrees, and I don't even have the part in yet. So we need to import a couple things into this in order to represent some of the stuff that we need to mount onto this board. Oh boy, this is going to be an endeavor, isn't it? I guess I don't need to go too comprehensively into what goes in here. Let's just see what we can figure out, though. Let's see what we can figure out with this thing. So let's close the measurement thing, and we're done with this for now. I'm not going to bother with the maker beam or the switches or anything like that on this new part. What I need is a cart. I need a linear rail cart. So I'll start up a new drawing here. These are fairly common, these linear bearings, right? That's what we're using here. It's called the linear bearing. And what it's got inside of it are a bunch of ball bearings that kind of go in a little hoop-de-loop. They go in a little loop-de-loop as this thing rolls along this rail. Now you would think, oh, it rolls along that rail, right? The top and the bottom of the surface. No, it actually rolls along. Okay. Where's the focal point on this stupid thing? I think that's close enough. The cart is actually rolling on this right here. This little trough right below the front of the rail is where all of the little ball bearings will ride. So it's the leading edge of this and the leading edge of the one next to it. It's actually the two edges here and here. Everything looks out of focus. I don't know what's going on. I think it's the lighting. So yeah, your cart is actually riding on this edge here and this edge here. I think there's a little bit of a chamfer on it. I'm not exactly sure, but yeah, all that dust and all these little particles and stuff are actually directly exposed to your bearings. So this is the part of the rail that you really need to keep clean. For appearances, I want to keep rust off of the front here. So I've actually brushed it in T9 rust stuff, and we've greased the cart, which makes it roll a lot more evenly than I previously had. I'm actually kind of embarrassed about that. The carts that I had on the previous Burn the Subs were not very smooth. So I've made sure to grease them to within an inch of their lives now. But we need to see if we can find a 3D model of this stuff. It's a fairly standardized rail, and if I'm correct, nope, I don't really remember what it's called. I don't really remember what it's called. It's got a name though. It's got a name, and if we can find that name, names are power. If we can find that name, we should be able to find a 3D model of it, at the very least on GrabCAD or something like that. So let me see here. I'm just going to look up. Oh, we got multiple metronomics open. I don't know which one that one was. Linear bearing. Oh, it put the S on there for me, which totally changes the nature of the search. All right, Thompson Industrial Net, the kind of a useless website for me. The fuck is that thing? Oh my god, it's got like a chain of rollers. That's the coolest fucking looking thing. Oh my god. How do we use that and Burn the Subs? That's cool as hell. Look at that thing. I want tank treads on my automation project. Damn. All right, anyway. None of this stuff is really helping me. All right, maybe DigiKey. DigiKey will help. DigiKey will boil it down. Tank the subs. Thanks, guys. I do dumb joke too. All right, I heard a clicking noise from the 3D printer. Clicking noises are very concerning. Clicking noises mean that there's potentially a booger on the 3D printer. And if there's a booger on the 3D printer, it will bash into the head. And if it bashes into the head, it might either move the axes diagonally because the bar can be offset, or it will give like an X offset to things, which I've had trouble with in the recent past. Like 1 or 2 prints out of 10 will have an X offset error. I just heard one click and it went away, so I'm hoping it's all right. Anyway, I accidentally went to DigiKey. McMaster. So we're looking for linear bearings, which would be probably axes, linear axes, or belts, pulleys, key slots, gears, chain tensioners. I'm hearing a lot of noise coming from the 3D printer. All right, I gotta check on it. The trinamic drivers are silent, and the extruder is on the trinamic drivers. Everything is like super quiet on this printer, but if I'm hearing clicking noises, there's a potential. Oh no, it's perfect. It's perfect. Everything looks perfect. No boogers or anything. And yeah, all right, cool. Never mind. I will further ignore clicking noises. PETG, when there's a booger, it tends to roll the booger, and the booger will catch other parts of the print and rip them up. So you got to be careful about the noises that you're hearing. My 3D printers are so welded to the print bed that I never have anything fall off it. Also, when it's cooled off, every 3D print just comes off magically without any effort. Yeah, I do that with PETG. Mine does that too. When it's warm, you can lift the whole printer, PETG, unfortunately, will stick so well in that sense that it will pull up pieces of the glass bed, like chunks of the glass bed. So in order to avoid that, you spritz it with Windex, and not only does the evaporating ammonia cool things, it gets under and between things and helps it pop off. So if I'm printing directly on a glass bed, the PETG sticks really, really well. And then when it's done, once the temperatures have gone down enough, and then they'll just pop off with no effort at all. And then I don't ruin my glass bed over time. The glass bed will last a lot longer. Windex, it's like an ammonia glass spray. I don't know what it is about that stuff, but right now I'm printing on kind of a special surface that's on top of glass. Eight. So we need what the hell category are we getting into here? It was like linear motion, not threaded rods. I mean, linear motion bearing, I think, is what we're looking at. Right? Right? Yeah, here they are. Code Rushed, party of 11. Hey, Code Rushed, how you guys doing today? It bugs me. Wait. Look at that little bearing. That is adorable. That is adorable. Look at that little guy. Look at that little bearing. I may or may not have ruined a nice PEI spring steel sheet for my prusa with flex filament. Yeah, it's tough, man. When I first started out with plastic, the flexible plastic, I tried PETG on it. That was a mistake. That fused to it. We use Windex to clean spills on circuit boards. That's pretty good stuff. Vanity, thank you for the follow. Yeah, so what we're doing is we're trying to figure out what type of linear rail I have. So these are not split out into the types. There's a name for the type that I'm looking for. Clean room? No. Quiet ride. See, these all have like little specializations to them. High cycle, low profile. Low profile would have been cool, but I don't know, man. We'll just click on one of these and see if they give us any more information. What we're looking for is a term. That's not the term that we're looking for. Yeah, see, they do have technical drawings and 3D models, but it might not be the right one. We need to make sure we're getting the right one. What happened to the old rail? Well, the old rail's over there. What happened to the old cart on the old rail? We didn't transfer the cart over. This is the old rail right here. So I don't know where the cart went. It might still be over here, because I know I haven't really cleaned up. Oh yeah, it's right here. sitting right by the camera mount. This is the one that brought us to 2 years of service. What is this thing called? Oh man, if that's not a splash screen for your mechanical engineering stream, I don't know what is. Ah, you son of a bitch. You cheap piece of crap. You have no markings on you. Look at how dry that thing was. What are you trying to hide it? All right. The ones that are currently up on Burn the Subs have I think they have markings on the carts. That's how I figured out what type of cart this was. And I know what my search terms are. Oh yeah, right in the front. MGN12H. MGN12H. So what I want to do is get a 3D model of an MGN12H, and we can get started on the laser axis. MGN12H 3D model. I mean, I could just do 3D model. I could use GrabCAD. I think I'd have to actually, well, okay, there's GrabCAD. So, ta-da! What doesn't look good? I mean, the most direct one, these look like the right thing. Let's get this one. I don't know what that red plate is on it, but Boy, I could have gotten this a while ago and actually put the things together and seen if my brackets would work. Where's the old burn the subs? Well, most of the parts are going into the new one. So like the old burn the subs, the axes and stuff, that's this stuff that we're looking at right now. The board itself is just sitting in, it's just leaning up against my fridge. The colors are probably going to all be off on this if I do this one. Let's just try it. Over to the other window. Nope, 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 nope. Oh my god. There's a lot of files in this. I don't know how clean this one's going to be. This one looks like it's might be kind of a nightmare. What about the other model that we saw? That other model's pretty clean. Oh, and it's a SolidWorks part already. Yeah, this one's a little better. The other one had like 10,000 different things inside of it, and it looked really complicated. I think this might be a little bit closer to what we're looking for. No, I'm not talking about, I'm just talking about the cleanliness of the design and everything. You know, you get different, people are people, and they all vary. They're all assholes. So you get different designs from different people, and so you might not get, sometimes, and if you're looking at stuff like graphics cards and things like that, you'll get designs that were not meant for 3D model. They weren't meant for like mechanical engineering. They were meant to just look good in like something else. They're like, yeah, I made this model of a graphics card, and you're like, whoa, cool. I'm gonna use that to make a bracket, but nope, none of the dimensions work. So. All right, so we'll try this one because it's nice and clean. I got grease in my hands now. Let's go to, where did it go? Downloads. Snapshot number 1, extract. I don't know how, you know, I've never really shared any of my designs. I don't know if I need to work on that at some point. Hey, it's Dietz. How you doing, man? Dad Dietz, I've been away. I've been botherless for too long. Well, you should come give a bother. Thank you for the 43 months of Prime. Holy shit, dude. Appreciate that, Dietz. Yeah, we're working on the new version of Burn the Subs because the old board filled up with 5,500 names. All right, upload. I'm gonna be dumb. I'm gonna grab this and I'm gonna drop it in. Click upload. We'll add that to my cloud. My toxic cloud of design. Yeah, it's like I could have done the rail and the cart in this drawing for the limit switches, and that probably would have helped me get that distance a little better or more theoretical, but I don't know. I didn't want to go through the trouble, but now that I'm like, yeah, maybe I can design a cart that holds the laser and everything. Now I'm like, maybe I'll put a little bit more effort into it. I don't know what I can do with like the laser versus plastic versus temperature. I don't think the laser gets hot enough to really glassify PETG. What was the glass temperature of PETG? We tried to figure this out before when I was doing water cooling stuff with it. Boop, boop, boop. 80C. That's kind of pushing it for water cooling, isn't it? I don't think a lot of water cooling... Hold on. Water, boil, C. Isn't that 100? Yeah, okay. I don't remember whether or not it is. So that's below boiling. I've never really had a water cooling setup go up to boiling temperatures, and 80 is kind of pushing it on water cooling, isn't it? I don't think it really gets up to that temperature. How did what go? The, will BTS 3 be completely 3D designed? I really don't want it to be. I'm going to get carried away, and it's going to end up being... I have a feeling BTS 4, by necessity, is going to have to be 3D designed. Like a significant portion of it. So far, so good with BTS 3, though. We have a lot of the stuff not 3D designed. We have an axis test that we could probably get going very soon once I get Burn the Subs 2.5 rolling. I'm getting stressed out from all this stuff, you know? I have too much stuff under my wings right now, and in order to make my studio work in the way that I want it to, I spent a shitload of money on a mixing console that I thought would solve all my problems. It didn't solve a single goddamn problem that I had. And so now I've got to go into the world of audio design again to figure out what I can do. What is going on with this? Is this in here yet? So yeah, you guys are dealing with a slightly stressed out bother. What are you doing? What? Okay. 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 All right. All right. Okay. Come on. Give me the part. Oh my God. You have to like bang on the side of the program to sometimes get it to like do this stuff properly. 80 degrees C, it's bloody hot out. Oh no, you didn't say out, you just said bloody hot. I thought you said hot out. What was that? Let's take a look at this. Since it's a solid part, oh, we still get all the pretty colors. Cool, cool, cool. All right. It's pretty accurate. I mean, this isn't that same size. There's a couple different sizes of these carts. So this cart specifically is a little bit more narrow than the other one. But the one that we have looks to be approximately the right direction, or approximately the right dimensions. Now we don't have the rail. I think that's the other part. If I add the rail, I'm really tempted to add the rail to this drawing so that we can see how it hits the limit switches. Oh, joy. Oh, joy of joys. Why did I do this? Oh, fucking amazing. I'm so smart. You guys want to know how fucking smart I am? That little chamfer right there might interfere with the cart hitting up against the button. That little fillet, sorry, that little fillet right there. That little footlet, little chatlet right there. Son of a bitch. It might not though. That might work out because I think the cart has a little bit of height. Let's see if this other part is the rail. Let's see if this other part, oh wait, that didn't work. That probably didn't work. Upload. You gotta click upload because these guys don't know how to make a good program UI. Let's just see if this part will help us. No, the screw holes are different distances apart on the different MG, NH12, whatever carts. I think. No, you might be right. They might be the same screw distance. It's just the cart's longer and shorter. It's always a great idea to make an assembly. I don't want to over CAD this thing. I don't need to spend all this time CAD this and CAD that. It's because, like, you know, what if nobody will know? Okay, so we've entered the morality zone. Dun dun dun. Welcome to the morality zone where we potentially do things that are immoral. Like, somebody put all this work into making this assembly that is the rail dimensions and stuff, and I'm looking to make a shitload of money off of it, and I'm using their part. Do I owe them money? Am I allowed to do that? If I gain this clearance, how much is that worth? What percentage of my project is that worth? Yeah, CAD is in cardboard aided design. That's cool. I like doing that. We used to do that a lot around here. I haven't done that very recently. We used to do a lot more metal working too, but this fucking 3D printer is like destroyed all of my opportunities to make a metal bracket. Then again, 3D printer has allowed me to do highly iterative design in that damn it, I can't be asked to get it right the first time, so too overdoing the CAD part is an overkill. I don't want to have the whole board represented in CAD, you know? There's something to be said for, you know, the sweat of your brow, actually going in and looking at the thing in the real world and figuring out how to solve the problems with it. So, I mean, I can take a file to that little angle if it's going to be a problem. I don't think it will be. If we're sitting here, I've already got the models downloaded on the computer. I might as well throw them in and see what happens. I don't know how I'm going to be able to put the cart on the rail, though. Boy, howdy, would it be nice if these parts imported a little bit more smoothly. Also, the thing is, like, I have an educational license to this software, which means, obviously, I'm not going to be making money off of any of the designs that I make. But in addition to that, the fact that it's an educational license means that I can put in a lot of parts. If you are like, well, I think the stuff Bother does is pretty cool, I would love to do this stuff like Bother does, let me download Fusion 360 without paying for it, because you're using the free license. You will not be able to move in a lot of these parts. Use the manufacturer's CAD files. You don't owe them a license fee. Yeah, but I mean, what I'm doing here is using... I mean, obviously these guys use the manufacturer's part, but they went through the trouble to actually create the profile and everything like that from the manufacturer's drawings. So it gets into murky territory. That's why I said we've entered the immoral zone. I'm sorry, Sergio. I owe you a beer. Sergio. Same thing with software. It's the same thing with software. Nobody will ever find out, but that doesn't mean we can sleep at night. Especially not you, chat. So what I want to do is I want to import that rail as soon as this fucking thing, like, bothers to... There we go. So this be the rail. That's a great length. I'll just take that length. That's perfect. There's the cart. There's the rail. Where did my... Bonk. All right, so let's see. Get railed. Bonk. So let's take that, and let me get it to approximately the right location. I have approximate knowledge of many things. I don't remember that cut being in the back. Oh yeah, one of the problems with Fusion 360 and streaming it, I am not cutting myself out of the background, right? Because the shop is as much of a character on the stream as I am, and then I like to tell people what we're actually working on in the real world by having this video window here. So unlike other streams, I like if I were like a normal streamer with like a green screen behind me, I could put myself right here. And I might do something like that. I might have to make a different scene that has more of the desktop, and then I can put myself into a tiny window. If we're going to be doing more CAD like this, and we often do CAD on this program, and it brings new viewers. So I may miniaturize myself and put me in the corner. But I like people to be able to see all the shit behind me, because then I can go, we're working on this, that board right there. And you guys can actually see the context of all of it, large enough that details are actually clear. I've been watching a lot of stuff on, my big monitor, and I'm like, I've got like a fairly play school interface for what I'm doing. But then at the same time, people watch your stream on their phones. So you got to make sure that the visuals are compatible with that. Nobody puts Bother in the corner. Why is it red? Okay, whatever. We're taking the orange rail, flipping it a boot, 180, and then I can give it a good old 90 degrees here. And then I'll do a point to point in order to get it centered, I think. Or I could just like lay it down on top. But that's usually inaccurate, because I'll get something like that gap right there. So I guess I can use the align tools on this. There. Oh, see, and when you zoom in, it starts doing this stuff. Okay, click OK on that. And then I'm gonna move, copy. What is this for? This little cutout? Is that so that you can put like a rod along it and like align it super properly? So the problem is the cuts in all these surfaces, like that little thing right there, and then all the weirdnesses of the Maker Beam surfaces, make this a little bit difficult to align. I don't know if I can... Well, I'm not too familiar with the align tool. I think that might help me out, though. Where'd the align tool go? Origin. Components. From. Oh boy. So I think maybe the center of that circle, but there's no center for me to put that on. If I do the edge of this surface, then it's still not going to be centered. And this has like its own weird center, and this has its own weird center. This is a strange one. Your shop is looking fine. It's not like my Chaos Garage. You got to constantly be cleaning up, man. It's tough. It is tough. Can I take that surface and this surface and just do that? Okay, that keeps it aligned. Oh, thank fuck. Oh, thank fuck. Yeah, it was origin-centered originally, which is a huge advantage. So now let's put that under our bracket. I just have to make sure that I'm not moving a bad axis. Move that axe up. So instead of relying on what I just clicked, I'm just going to come over here, point to point, and then back to that, and it'll recenter on the parts center. I'll just slide that puppy on over in there. Actually, wait, we want to look at how it hits, so we'll do it here. Do it off center by a little bit. Just like that. I'm hearing these clicking noises from the 3D printer, and it's filling me with dread. So we're gonna have a little bit of trouble here. Nope, I see light. I see light. It's actually not really supposed to be avoiding the rail, to be honest. It's not really supposed to be avoiding the rail. It's supposed to be avoiding the pillow block. So we know it'll avoid the pillow block, because like I'm wasting axis space if I have this thing overlapping. All right, now just to make the drawing even more convoluted, take the card in. How in the hell am I going to get this thing to align? Because basically what I'm looking for is for this thing to be aligned by ball bearings. God, there's no room to work. Okay. I guess they didn't represent the ball bearings in this, which is okay for our purposes. But yeah, that's not exactly genuine, but I think that'll aid with alignment. What are we doing? We're going this way, 90. We're going this way, 180. Oh boy, 180, there we go. Let that fall into place. Oh boy. Why did the silver become red? The silver became red. I don't know why. This drawing's settings just got all screwed up. I probably had to do with my making this stuff a different color. Probably did it wrong. So let's see. How am I going to align that? If they had modeled the ball bearings, you definitely would have at least owed them a beer. Hey, yeah, I'm managing like 75 spheres. I mean, I guess what I can do is do a move copy. Or an align. Maybe an align function. Align, align, align. Take that surface center. Let's just put that. Nope, nope, nope. Put that there. That is absolutely not the align that I wanted it. Let me do a move command. Point-to-point move might be. Fusion has huge issues with keeping appearance consistent when you move things around. Yeah, I think what happened was in this drawing, what I did was when I designed these extrusions, it designed them to have a metallic appearance, like a shiny metallic appearance, and then these parts used that shiny metallic appearance, and it might have gotten a similar ID. So I don't want to do it face by face. It's kind of really annoying that undid itself when you've got this like gorgeously represented, perfectly, you know, in the right color and everything, and then you drag it over and everything's wrong. I think maybe if I had like made the color of these other parts properly done, but we're just temporarily testing something. The other thing we need to do is start designing the laser cart, and hopefully I can drag these parts into a new drawing fresh, and that'll give me an idea of what things are going to look like. We got to collect a bunch of other parts and make some other parts too. All right, we're going to move this part. Move. Obviously the body. No, the component. God, that's frustrating. Move the component. Doesn't matter where I click. We're going to go point to point, and then I'm going to go back to... this is another thing Fusion does. When it highlights something, it keeps it highlighted, and that makes it extremely hard to work with. But I'm going to choose this center point right here. and then I'll move it to the center point of this rail. And that'll do both the X and the Y. And I assume that that's how this person designed this part. Yeah, they fit a little bit too well. They fit a little bit too well. I don't know where the mechanical tolerances are going to be in that. Because that's... I think what he did is he virtually represented the bearing portion of that rail. And I guess it's not a right angle. It's actually a rounded surface where the bearings can make contact. Maybe in this one. I hope the ones that I have would do that, but... Oh, and of course, this thing is the wrong part of the X-axis, but that's fine, because now we can use a move copy operation on the component. Boy, would it be nice if I could just select the thing that I'm actually putting the mouse cursor over. Wouldn't that be great if I could just select the thing that the mouse cursor is fucking directly touching? AutoCAD. Wouldn't that be kind of cool, AutoCAD? If I could put the mouse over a point, like the obvious point that's being highlighted in the very center of this face, that has a little white box around it that my mouse is literally fucking touching. Wouldn't that be just a nice thing instead of giving me an epileptic seizure? That'd be nice. It'd be nice to not get an epileptic seizure and for this thing to fucking just choose what I'm pointing at. Just choose what I'm pointing at. Even if I zoom in, really? Really? Okay, all right. It's just fucking with me at this point. It's a very confused drawing. I haven't done things properly. The timeline kind of sucks. I thought I'd just be making one or two little brackets. So, moving the cart back, now that we know what its height is off of the rail, presumably, I mean, obviously there's going to be wiggle room and everything, but that limit switch is hitting where I wanted it to hit. I could raise it by a little bit, but I didn't want the weirdness of the screw holes to sort of be the part that hits on the cart. To be fair, what I really should have done is have this bottom piece hit just the right part, or put a magnet on the end. You're a little grumpy today. I've already explained myself. I don't need to prove myself again. I've already explained why I'm grumpy. Can I unview parts of the... I can. Aha. Yes. There's a possibility that I could actually fix the appearance of this thing. Actually, what is this one using? Satin steel. 0.265. We'll just 0.265. All right. Satin steel 0.265. So body number 1. Appearance. Where's my appearance? What the? All right. You're just gonna be like that today, huh? I don't even know where the appearance tool exists. There it is. What is this one? Steel, satin, 265, all the same properties. So we're going to apply that to bodies. Boom. Apply it to this body. Boom. Close. Boom. And then we can review all this stuff. There we go. That feels so much better. Look, I understand utility and stuff, but you guys are going to be able to see me play Satisfactory one of these days real soon. Maybe this weekend. Probably this weekend. I don't know what's going on. I got something on Sunday. Got a friend, like a wake kind of thing that I got to go through. And then Saturday, I think I'm free. I don't know if I want to play Back 4 Blood all day. I don't think I'm going to do Back 4 Blood all day because I need a group of people to play it, and I don't trust them to be on stream with me yet. I might, but they don't seem too enthused about it, so I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do multiple people on a Discord call until I'm ready for that. I think this weekend we're going to go back to the factory. You guys will see that I kind of care about appearance a little bit more than I should. Especially in engineering. You can make everything spaghetti, you can make everything look dumb, and it'll all go together and it'll work. But I don't know, there's something about with Fusion making everything look like really good like this so that your representation of your virtual stuff matches what you're going to make in the real world. Something I really appreciate about that. I enjoy that a lot. In fact, I would love to put a 3D print texture on all the plastic stuff. But yeah, looks pretty good for a limit switch setup to me. Champ for the edges. What are you talking about? Champ for what edges? On the bracket? No, that's the look. That's the look. The non-filleted, non-chamfered edges with the round stuff on it. Yeah, that's the look that I'm going for, man. I already got my PCB holder built in the same style. This thing is literally just, and again, if I ever want to attach something to the rail, like a little sign or anything like that, I've got this bracket now. But this is almost exactly the width of the VKB tape. So I've got a little tape carrier. You could do an 8K render using your educational license. I'm not in for that. I like these drawings. I actually really, really like these drawings. That's why one of the main reasons that I appreciate Fusion 360 more. I could actually make it, well, that hinges on me being able to actually get fasteners on here. I could use the label maker to put labels on these, and then I could actually label sections of the board. That'd be kind of cool. Label sections of the hardware. But yeah, what I've got is that was built just to hold on to this PCB right here, and all that PCB is doing is distributing power to the little lights on this thing. That's all it's doing. All right, so what I've got to figure out is I've got an M.2 cooler on the way. I've got to do this bracket. I've got to do the PCB with its mount holes. That can still exist on standoffs just for cooling purposes. And then I need to get the height of this correct back here. And this could also be on standoffs if I need it to be. Fasteners are easy. You can just use the McMaster-Carr built-in tool. Nothing seems to get the pan heads right. Fasteners take up a lot of stuff in the drawing, right? They take up a lot of like parts and stuff. And so your tree over here, I wish you could do folders in this tree. I wish I could do groups of parts. I guess you could do sub-assemblies and then you'd bring sub-assemblies into main assemblies, but who thinks like that? Unless you're a company building a mechanical design. I'm gonna lock all those positions in. But like for instance, on the RC car stuff, and these should actually be moved to a more generic one, but this is the laptop screw kit that I have, and these don't quite look right. They don't quite look right. I don't know what the deal is with them. And maybe I can reduce the chamfer on the sides of the screws and they'd look a little better, but they just don't quite look like the laptop screws. Dimensionally, if I add them to drawings, that's fine. But usually I just assume the numbers that I know already, that it's a 1mm pan head and it needs something like a 0.2 clearance on the measurement from the radius of the top. Yeah, that's what you can use components as the folders. That's what I mean by sub-assemblies. So you'd make a sub-assembly that's a group of stuff that you've put together and pull that into your main assembly. And I haven't gotten quite there yet. The RC car is the most extensive, detailed 3D rendering that I've done in Fusion to date. Mr. Anderson! Oh, how excited are you for the new movie? I think we talked about that when the new movie trailer came out, but yeah. Looks like they're going to be doing some pretty interesting stuff that's going to make it a little different from a typical Matrix film, and I'm excited for that stuff. Did they come from McMaster-Carr? No, I made them. Thanks for telling me they look awful. You can just create them directly in the main file. The laptop screws, I don't think McMaster-Carr has them. Here's the RC car. I can show you guys that real quick, just to show how complicated some of these get. The RC car, I took very, very special considerations to make absolutely positively friggin' sure that, oh, what component's out of date? What fell out of date? Anyway, whatever. I made absolutely positively sure that my timeline was super clean. So what I have is an initial step where I import all the parts, and if I need to, I'll roll back to that step. Import all the parts, lock them all in position, so if I need to rearrange any of the parts, I go back to this step. Then I make each individual solid that I'm printing out for this thing. Now this is ready to build as soon as I can get the software to work on the circuit board that we made for this thing. I would like to get back to this project because I'm burning out with Burn the Subs. I need to take a minute away from it. So I got 2 projects that I'd like to get back to, one of them being the RC car, and the other one being I would like to get to some of my audio filtration stuff. That would help me game stream much more easily. But yeah, this is one of the more comprehensive projects, and so I'd go off and build like the battery in a separate drawing, import a switch from somewhere, but as long as I'm following all of the progression of events, import the stuff, lock it down, then build the individual solids, I've been doing pretty good. The auto project sounds pretty cool. I've only talked about it at the very beginning of the stream, and we've got a lot of different people here. I've also talked about it in the Discord, if you're interested in that kind of thing. This needs to be a little less... it needs to be a little stupider when I go to the scan. That'll be okay. Yeah, so in the Discord, I've been talking about this. I've had troubles with my microphone, my lavalier microphone. I haven't had troubles with it. I have it tuned perfectly. The problem is I have it tuned perfectly in OBS. So only OBS is running the microphone perfectly. So if I do something like a web conference on this setup, I have to do OBS's webcam, and that doesn't work with audio. I tried to output audio to a virtual audio cable and have whatever the meeting application look at the virtual audio cable. So to look at that specific cable, the virtual audio cable. So all the sound data is going to a virtual place that the computer, that whatever program is then looking at as a device. But then my audio crackles all over the place. I don't know what the hell is going on there. It's still filtered audio going through OBS, but it's just bad. So what I thought would be a really good idea was to grab a really expensive mixer as a Rodecaster Pro. I need it anyway, just so that I have the ability to plug extra audio sources in, and so I can do all of my post-processing and stuff on the audio. But the problem is it does not have a good EQ in it, which is really, really disappointing because I know that it can do it. It's got specialty like, what's that stuff called? Hold on, it's Aphotex. It's got Aphotex built in, which is essentially doing EQ stuff, but it's proprietary EQ stuff that you can't control very well. So I'm really, really disappointed in that. I think mostly because it's a podcast mic, it expects you to have like a microphone, like not a lavalier that you talk into, and it's not as one-to-one replication of sound. It's you have a condenser microphone or whatever. So, okay, so that's annoying, but I can deal with it. My thought is that instead of spending hundreds more dollars on compressors or EQs, because none of them seem to do quite what I want them to do. So instead, I've gone down to my roots. I've gone down to the point where we started with the sort of revamp of the audio of the stream to where I'm building my own circuit board in order to provide this task, in order to provide this function to the rest of the stream. And so that means that people who are looking like, hey, Bother, how hard is it to stream? And I'm like, oh, it's easy. You just have to make a couple circuit boards to do your audio in the very specific way that you want it to. It does mean that I'll be able to attach an equalizer directly to the microphone that I'm using. So what I'm hoping to come up with is 2 circuit boards that go inside of this this box. It's an Elite Core box. It's literally something that I bought off of Amazon that's just literally an audio cable adapter with a belt loop. But this thing is a little extrusion that they cut, and they have Neutrik-sized panels on either end. So I can throw in my own plugs, which I do, and then I can design a circuit board on the inside of this. But we got to take this into AutoCAD, so I can do all the proper circuit design to it. Once we figure out that the circuit will work, that's something that I got to figure out. I got to see if there's an ASIC that's a multi-band EQ, or if I want to go with the Elliott Sound Projects version, which will be 6 op amps inside of this thing. So 6 surface mount op amps. I'll probably have to get quads in order to have 2 chips instead of 16,000. And that'll be a little bit of a redesign of the thing in here. What I designed from the Elliott Sound Project is actually a phantom power to Electret microphone adapter that is a very close to one-to-one reproduction of audio. And what that means is that this very sensitive movie quality Electret microphone, the lapel mic, I'm calling it Electret because that's the technology. Lapel is the style, and then, yeah, anyway. The rest of it, I guess, is just the amp. But that could pick up on this. You would not only be able to hear the lawnmowers that are going on well in the background here, you would be able to hear the fan and the occasional click from the 3D printer all through this mic. That's how sensitive this mic is. So in order to tune it, I do some very, very mild audio EQ on this thing. This is the very mild EQ that I do, and it cuts out a majority. Okay, the lawnmower is getting closer and closer. It's a little bit of an ominous thing. I don't know if you guys can hear that in the background of my audio. You probably can. But for the most part, this cuts out anything external to myself. And presumably, if I had somebody in here, which I don't often have buddies in the lab, if I have a buddy in the lab, I'm hoping this will be able to have us both on the audio channels without a lot of overlap. All right, lawnmowers, I get it. When you speak, it cuts through. Yeah, that sounds about right. There should be, I mean, the compressor that I'm using is a nice gradual compression. Yeah, they're getting closer and closer, that's why. It's a nice gentle progression into actual audio coming in, and I hope I can replicate that within the device that I bought. If I can't, I'm gonna be very sad. I need to replicate my audio. My audio's like, I like my audio. Replicate or improve. Anyway, I'm getting into all kinds of distracting stuff here. I really want to get this RC car project done so I can finalize this and then I can roll it into doing the car bodies, because I want to learn more about the special meshes that that AutoCAD is able to do. The whatever it is, the T-spline, I think, I don't know what it's called. Yeah, I'm gonna close that without saving it. All right. So, I mean, pulling those parts in from GrabCAD and assuming that their dimensions are approximately correct, we've got a pretty good limit switch going on here. That will pop off at exactly the right time, and then it'll avoid running into that extra little space. And it does it by, like, absolute, that is a margin of error right there. But it's not actually supposed to avoid this rail. It's actually supposed to avoid the pillow blocks that I have on this thing. Yeah, that would be the Mario Kart RC car somewhat. Taking momentum into account. No, I have not. Actually, supposedly the GRBL does. When it clicks off on the switches, it's not going full speed. And when it clicks off on the switches, it'll click off on the switches, back off, and then click it again. So unless there is a shit ton of momentum on the cart, I don't think it's going to overshoot and push this mechanical system any. I don't think it will. And there's a little bit of overrun on where the switch clicks off too. Because yeah, that's always going to be a thing in a system like this. You'll have the area where the switch clicks off, but the computer gets that signal only a certain amount of time into it, and then it can only adapt for that a certain amount of time after that. So, and we're talking about milliseconds and microseconds here, but it's still something to be wary of. It should just go into the belt if it cuts power. It doesn't, I mean, in an emergency it'll cut power, but generally it's not directly cutting power. It's getting interpreted by the controller, and so the switches are used to find the zero position more often than not. So when it clicks, I mean, yeah, maybe the belt stretching and stuff it could go into, but it is important to consider how far it's going to overrun after it hits the switch. I don't know any of the numbers though. Also, there's a spring tensioning the belt, so it would probably go into the belt tensioning spring, yeah. So when it re-clicks the switch, it would get at a slow speed. It'll probably get a better impression of where everything is. There's a permanent error on this. I really should have done parts assemblies on this drawing. It's a complete mess. Oh, it's good to have the linear cart though in here. That's nice. We're not using the linear cart on the Burn the Subs 3. Burn the Subs 3 is going to have Delrin rollers because we don't need linear carts. Delrin rollers that are silent and they don't require greasing and they just run better. That's what they're cheaper too. But I mean, I'm not totally concerned with cheapness. But yeah, since we don't have a mechanical system fighting this system, we don't need to have uber super duper linear, you know, mechanical router running bearings in the system. Need to weigh the carriage and all kinds of variables to know for sure. Yeah, you know, we're talking about splitting hairs when you get into that with this kind of system. Gerbil GRBL runs things pretty nicely, and it has in the past. Ran things pretty well, like, so I think we're getting into like the sub-decimal stuff that we don't need to worry about. But in a larger system, like if I was making an actual like metal routing table, absolutely I would have to think about all that stuff. Absolutely. Cool. All right, so we know that's well, we haven't actually measured against this model, have we? We might want to measure against this model. There's also some differences in the model versus what we have here, because this isn't that exact type of cart. And see, there's like a little nub right there. There's a little nub. Dun, dun, dun. That might work as a bumper. That might work as a bumper. A little nub. Little nubby nub. Yub nub. Well, we can work around that. I'm sure that'll be okay. Showing nubs on stream. I can't believe you've done this, streamer. I can't believe you've done this. Come back here. I keep hearing like ticking noises from the printer. It's filling me with dread. I think it'll be okay. I just don't know what's ticking, and I hope that doesn't mean that the axis is shifting. So I think there will be enough switch in spite of this little thing right here. And these are a little rubbly. These are like a little bit softer plastic, so, or at least they feel like it when my nail digs into it. Dr. Plugger, 27 months. Dude, thank you so much. Thank you for the sub. So yeah, all right. Let's measure these carts against one another just to make sure that they're the right thing. So if I take this, I'm basically just gonna go X, Y, and assume correctness from there. 45.4 is a fairly specific measurement. Oh, there's like a little inset right there. So I'll go from end to end. They're probably not going to be quite right. 44.2. Yeah, it's like 45. There's no 0.4 about it. All right, so that's a little different. Now the distance between the screw holes, if we were to assume that the maker beam is not under any type of stress here, that the maker beam's all correct, then that would mean that we've got 20 millimeters between the holes here. I don't know what this distance is, but this should be about 20 millimeter. I could just look up the spec sheet if I really want to figure that out. I just want to know how good this model gets it. Yeah, 20 millimeter. Okay, cool. That's enough that I think I'm willing to trust it. Wait, that was the wrong dimension. Huh. So that one's 20 millimeter. Well, okay. I think that's all right. I guess it's 20 by 20. 0.002. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Okay, cool. So this is made by the engineering specs. Insofar as the design that I'm about to embark on, we can at least kind of trust this thing. I'll have to figure out where the belt goes and then figure out how I'm going to cleat the belt. I'm still going to try to probably going to still want to use this thing to cleat the belt down, this band with all the little cuts in it. But if I don't, I could use just a flat aluminum bar. I could actually still use this and just use it as a flat pusher on the other side. So I wouldn't even flip it around. I would literally just bolt it down and have the little nubbins facing upwards. And then I'd put a couple little nubs in the 3D print, which I've done before, and it works with PETG. That can hold on to it pretty well. So that facing the other way. The distance from the back of the cart that I need to have the stuff hang down from it. I guess we'll get out of this drawing, because this drawing is This drawing is pretty much what you'd be making if you have the educational license to the software. This is kind of the drawing that you'd be making to minimize the amount of external components in your drawing so that you don't run into limitations that they impose on the software. We, however, are starting from scratch, and we can start a completely new drawing around the laser cart. So burn the subs 2.5 folder. We got our MGNH12, which I should put in a new folder because I have a feeling I'm going to be coming back to these linear slides sooner rather than later. I may want to help design stuff to hold the Dremel to make straight cuts. What I really want to do is make for the big circular saw, I want to make something that'll help me cut not only Maker Beam, but also 2020 rails and stuff like that. So in this new drawing, I don't really think I need the rail, but I might as well just put it in just for fun. Please say, oh yeah, you got to save the new design. Control S. This one is going to be Laser Cart, as if it's some kind of an 80s synth band. You guys watch Laser Cart last night? The lead singer like jumped off the stage. It was awesome. 90 degrees. What were those sunglasses called again? I think we'll just leave that like that, and then I'll just put the cart on it. Shit. Pit Vipers, that's what they were called. Pit Vipers. You gotta look at that website, because it's like a Windows 3.1 website. Alright, move component. Move copy. Components. And then I want to twist it from the center. 90 degrees. And of course, that's not going to be aligned properly on the cart, so I'll just drag it up there so that I can get to it. Yeah, I think I showed them off on stream before. The Pit Vipers. It's like two friends of mine had a pair of Pit Vipers. I think Linus like promoted it, and so they, being completely free thinkers, bought the same thing that Linus bought. Heard their Linus like thing, I buy thing too. But yeah, if you look at their website, it's insane. Move, copy, component. You. I choose you to move. And then I choose the point-to-point move. And then if I choose the point here in the center, right there, I go over to here. And I choose this inner bar on the center. If I can find it, it's over here. Bop. And you can really get close to stuff in CAD, huh? There we go. This is our canvas. This is our beautiful, wonderful canvas. This is what we will start designing on in order to make that cart. I'm going to hit save that. Now, other things that I could include in this, if I really want to get crazy, I guess I could put the belt in at a particular height. Like if I put all the stuff in here, I can extrude up to it. I don't know, I'm debating on how hard that would be. The laser control circuit board is not something that I think I'll be able to find in a CAD design. I could remake it, but it would be so much extra effort to try to build this little driver board. I don't know if Burn the Subs 3.0 is going to use this board. It might use a similar board, or it might just use this board again. It would be nice to be able to grab onto this thing and hold it in place and have the screws go all the way down to the bottom, instead of having this sort of haphazard affair with standoffs that I've got right now, going into Maker Beam rails, because I'll have more control over where this thing is. Getting this into the CAD model, though, is going to be a little bit difficult. I can get the belts easy enough. The, what is it called? Hello, brain. Yes, I would like to pull some information off of you that I've had on hand every day for the past 2 years. Oh, you've lost it. Okay, that makes sense. That's fine, brain. That's okay. I'll just have 100 people thinking that I don't remember things that are very simple. These are like the particular size of the belt. It's like a 6mm Mark II belt or something like that. I forget what they're called. There's a specific thing that it's called, and you can find the mechanical drawings for it. Drag chain. I'm not sure if anybody has a CAD model of this specific drag chain. I don't think I really need a specific model of the drag chain. I think I just need a height to work from, a height and a distance that I can kind of CAD up with that. And I would like to get the height of the belt right, because right now it's a little tall. This is going to be a major pain in the ass, isn't it? This is going to be a pain in my ass. Because if I'm going to have hardware coming down from above, and then I have the belt clamping from above, and then I have the laser on the rail, possibly. I got a lot of thinking to do, chat. I don't know. I think I'm in an area where I've got to take a break and either work on something else for a little bit until I can get good inspiration. I got to wait for that heatsink to come in the mail so that I can get that into the CAD drawing. Let's see if we can find the belt that we need and I can position it properly in this assembly so that I can start getting an idea of what things are going together. I don't think I'm going to be able to find the laser driver board as a CAD model. That'd be cool, but and I'm not going to put in the work to do that. I can make an approximation of it. So go back to GrabCAD. Wait a minute. Let me think about this. Why? I don't need a model from GrabCAD. I can just make it. Something to timing belt. JK2? No. No, not camshaft timing belt. Oh, that's going to be like car parts. Timing belt, pulley. No, not Mark II. GT2, thank you. That totally left my brain. GT2 timing belt. Let's go to images. That's all I need right there. So if I were to make GT2 timing belt, I would just follow these specs. It seems pretty annoying. The way that I did it before was I literally just made like a nub that would fit this. I didn't follow this profile exactly because all you need is for this lump to hit up against what you're trying to move. I had the belt go out and around a metal bracket, and then I had a bracket that went down on top of the belt and clamped that, which is what we could do for this, actually. Well, that might be a little bit too many mechanical things, and I would like the belt to be up here. So yeah, it'll probably be something where the belt lays down, and then I clamp it from above with something else, with a lock nut in there. I'll have to be able to get a wrench on the other side of it, too. That'll be interesting. Well, anyway, let's see if we can find, instead of going through all the annoyance of redesigning all of these features, because, man, that's a lot of stuff. I would put this into a drawing and make it. Let's see what GrabCAD has real quick. This could save us a little time, right? 2.0, what, 2 units? I know, assume millimeters, I guess, is generally how it goes. I love how they don't let you, like, search isn't, like, their primary thing when you load in and you're already logged in. It's like, wow, man, thanks for telling me my name. I appreciate that. GT2. Look at all the automation stuff people are doing on this. Somebody's gone through the trouble of uploading this, like an entire shipping container up onto this. Man, you know, like, I love this. I love this kind of stuff. People are just like, yeah, I made, like, a holy fucking shit. What is that thing? Bonfiglioli. Jesus tits, look at that thing. Craziness. Can I make one? Can I have one? What is this thing? Yeah, GrabCAD is free, although there might be licenses behind what you're doing with it. 3D print this, yes. I'll put it on the back of my truck and then I can load logs into it and stuff. I don't know what these are. Great, it's in Russian. Aha. Hey man, where can I get the, like, actuating cylinder? I wonder if you could put electric actuating cylinders on that thing. I don't know if it's a concrete pourer. I think these are anchors. What's on the end of it? I don't know this language. Man, that's wild. That's cool though. Yeah, GrabCAD's got a lot of cool stuff on it. We're looking for the most boring thing in the world, though. GT2. Enter. McMaster car is also good for getting the models too. Like if you want these pulleys, you don't have to rely on GrabCAD. They're in McMaster car. Oh, hello. Yeah, we'll be getting that because that's the exact fucking belt lock that I've got sitting right in front of your noses. That's what's under this. You can buy those online. You can buy those online. I'm amazed you didn't get a lot of cars. Yeah, there are some cars on here. Most of the RC car bodies that I got are in fact from GrabCAD, which is pretty hilarious. Jesus Christ, that hurts. What have you done to this poor machine? It was a great car until ... Okay, back. GT2 pulley holder. Well, that... I'm not going to get that, but that would be kind of useless. That would be kind of useful, actually, instead of the pillow blocks. Nah, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I'm just looking for a little section of belt, and I don't know if anybody makes that, because it's too easy, right? That one car made up for all of the cars that could potentially be on the site. Yeah. Yeah, like I could minimize the pillow blocks if I really wanted to. Rubber timing belt, GT2. It's just one long section of belt. And I could, I guess, cut it out. Parametric GT2 pulley. I've not worked with any parametric files. I don't know how they work. We could check it out and try that. It's something to do. Let's try it. So what the hell does it mean that it's parametric? It probably means that there are parts of the assembly that we can then modify in order to make it whatever the length is. What is the ultimate goal robot? Was that one of these things? Dear God. It's like when Rabaz made his like people factory in Fallout. This is one of those ball competition robots, I believe. Yeah, Team 14147's robot 2021 ultimate goal. The robot has 5 main sub-assemblies. It's probably for putting balls in a basket. Dual intake, meaning you can pick up rings from the front and back. So are these like clever RC cars, or do these actually have like some semblance of automation behind what they're doing? Do they let the robot just do its own thing and it's actually a robot? Because like Robot Wars kind of spoiled us on that, right? We all thought they were robots, but really they were just RC cars that were able to punch the shit out of each other. Couch bananas? No, bed bananas. Couch bananas. What does that even mean? I guess that's probably their team name. Cool. They got some cool assemblies, man. This is a cool project. Micro sumo cars. They go so quickly. Oh, here's another Panameric one. All right, so Panametric GT2 timing belt, right? Oh, dear. Oh, God. I don't need all this. This is crazy. Oh boy, I've never worked with the Panametric GT2. Like, I've never worked with Panametric files. I assume that there are just user variables that you can change. Why is it called GT2? Yeah, because the teeth are 2 millimeters from one another. There you go. GT2. 2. Boop, boop. That's it. Engineers are not that clever. This is technically, if you want to describe the belt that I'm using for this project, it is 6 millimeter width GT2 timing belt. And those are the only parameters that you need. GT2 is the most common. What I'm using in Burn the Subs 3 is, I think, 15 millimeter GT2. So it's thicker stuff. And the thicker stuff is better at carrying larger loads. We didn't need to have it carry larger loads. I did this because it would look better. It would look better. You got to realize that a lot of the considerations that I have around here are extremely shallow. It will look cool and get the rule of cool, which doesn't apply to engineering at all. But if I'm building a system that moves faster and is a little bit more hardcore, I guess having a thicker belt helps. the thicker belts and the belts that are specially made and stuff like that, they're great for systems where you have mechanical loads on the thing. And we're moving a laser. We have literally no mechanical load at all whatsoever. And that's a lie, because we actually have the cart moving around. So that cart that moves around with the laser on it has very little mass in comparison to the kinds of forces that you would see if you're trying to cut wood or metal in an automated system. So overbuilding it, yes, but meh, having fun. But yeah, GT2 is just the series of timing belt. So 2 millimeter between ticks. Really what I want like a tiny 3D model of just like 2 millimeters of belt that I can just throw up above my drawing that will loosely represent where the belt is going on this. I'm not looking to remodel everything on this system. I would like to approximately measure the height of where I'd like the belt to be and then roll from there. So all this stuff is just a distraction. I think what I need to do is just make my own. Let's just make my own. We'll just make my own customizable GT2 pulley. These are all like parts that I probably should have in my back pocket of parts that I have. Lord Caffeine, teach me the ways of engineering, Sensei O'Bother. No, I must not. Stop following me around, kid. You gotta make it out there on your own. They're gonna chew you up and spit you out. You'll never be able to train at my dojo. Anyway, yeah, man, if you can glean whatever knowledge you can off of this stream, then that's good for you, man, right? Belt buckle. Yeah, what people do is they have this teardrop shape here, and what that teardrop shape does is it takes your belt and it reverses it on itself so that the GT2 nubs clamp up against one another, and then you'll have a hell of a time pulling that thing out. It's actually a pretty viable way of putting your belt onto either end of your device, and then you get a nice large contact area. You know, that PAL, P-A-W-L, or whatever mechanical interface you've got here is pretty strong. Yeah, I'm just gonna model it. We'll just do it on my own. So I'm gonna take this drawing and zoop-de-whoop it over to another computer, another monitor. I found some stuff on KiCad on Udemy. Yeah, we use Fusion here. I'm sure you get along using KiCad just fine. This might come in handy for other projects. This might come in handy for Burn the Subs. So I'm gonna make a new file, save it, and I'm gonna call it GT2 ref. GT2 ref. We're just gonna make a reference belt. We should be using some of the parametric stuff in order to create it, because obviously throwing it in and saying I want this many millimeters of it probably be a really good way to do it. For the sake of our drawing, boy, this is going to get annoying. We're probably going to have a lot of repeat structures. When we do that in a sketch, it really does get annoying. But let's do something like 20 millimeters of belt. So we're going to do 20 millimeters of belt, and it's going to be a repetitious pattern. I'm not great with the user variables in Fusion. If you guys know a better way to do this, that would be really cool to know. Insofar as I can design, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to lay flat here, and we're just going to make a drawing, and then we extrude it out. edX and Coursera. I don't know what those are. A bunch of books as well. Just got a lot searching online. I'm too much of a peasant for Fusion 360. No, you're not. No, you're not. You can get this for free. Fusion works on the principle that we're doing right now. You make individual components and you bring those into large drawings. Those individual components are originally sketches, and you take those sketches and you extrude those sketches, and those make 3D parts that you can then... It's basically just a cascade of building more and more things off of one another until you end up having something as comprehensive, you know, as whatever complexity that you need in order to perform whatever task you're trying to do with it. That's how I've been treating this stuff. And I've got more complicated stuff. I mean, if you want to see the most complicated thing that I have that we've done so far, because listen, before 8/31/21, actually well before 8/31/21,
I didn't know crap about this program. I've been learning this on stream with you guys. It doesn't run on Linux. Nope, it doesn't run on Linux. That's why Fatanon uses KiCad. Sorry, Windows and Mac. I know. Unfortunately, there is a free version, and it limits you in the number of components that you can actually have in your drawing. So, listen, I'm not saying either here nor there with the Linux stuff. Some of this drive gear stuff, I had a lot of trouble modeling in here. We made it work, but it's there's some problems with it. It's not as well represented as it should be. The bearing down here is of a particular size that doesn't quite work. But yeah, anyway, I would love to make enough money off of this program to have to pay for it, but I don't. Stick to KiCad. Thanks for the advice. Yeah, I wish they had the Linux version of this. Oh, okay. So it doesn't limit the number of components. It limits the number of tabs. Oh man, I can live like that. That's an easy way to live your life. That's not so bad because you can just drag and drop stuff in. Oh, that lifts a lot of stuff off. That lifts a lot of consideration off of my back. I was worried about that. That axis is still smooth. All right. I still want a 3D printer. I can make so much stuff with that. You have to come to the realization before you get to where you want to be, what Mystery 386 has mentioned. Yeah, I want to get a 3D printer because I want to make a lot of stuff. In order to get there, you need to be very aware that the 3D printer, at least for a little while, is going to be your primary project. The 3D printer itself is going to be your primary project. Now, that the work that you do with a 3D printer is obviously going to be motivated by the project that you want to do. But in order to get your printer into a state where you understand how it works, how it's putting parts together, and what the hangups are, the 3D printer is your project. And I had to do that. I had to do that for like a year. Is basically sitting there and going, all right, let's do another Bodhi, or let's do another mini. A lot of the filament saving tests are where you're going to live. All right, let's do another bridging test and see if I can get that right. When you get it right to where you want it to be, which is where my printer is, I hit Control P, and then there's parts sitting on the bed. So I run Octoprint, and that has a Raspberry Pi on it. That acts as a little server, and I just have that little server receive the parts from the prusa slicer. Fusion 360 outputs the solid blocks. Prusa slices it and sends it directly to Octoprint, and then Octoprint just runs the bed, the whole thing. It just runs this whole operation. And I just pay attention to in the background. Oh, this is still way too hot. Damn it. That would have been a perfect, the smoothness of what I was about to do would be unprecedented. I was going to go directly into showing off the part, but we got to let it cool for another like minute or two. Damn it. That would have been so smooth. Damn it. I was supposed to go very smoothly into showing you guys the part after that, but it's just too hot for me to retrieve them yet. So yeah, anyway, you get to that status that I like to call Control P status, where you can just rely on the printer to have all the stuff ready to go for you. That's where I've gotten with PETG and a lot of heat and a lot of a direct drive extruder and a lot of tweaking. So I've heard of Octoprint. It's neat to see a use case. Yeah, Octoprint's very cool. It's very easy to use. If I were running more than one printer, it would be even cooler. It's still the same from the limitations and how. Oh, okay. It sure was a learning curve when I built my own 3D printer. Yeah, that's pretty hardcore, man. What crap printer did you get? Yeah, that's the thing, is like, how much do you want to spend on a printer? You're going to be down a couple $100s for the initial one. And if, in my experience, you're going to be down many more hundreds of dollars upgrading that one to where you're happy with it. One you prepared earlier. Yeah, like on my cooking show. Need to head to a makerspace to use and learn about fabrication skills. That's a good place. Yeah, man. Yeah, you can't just sit down with YouTube videos. You can get a lot of knowledge off of YouTube videos, but experiential knowledge is really important in this kind of stuff. Actually getting your hands on this stuff. And one of the best things you can do, and it seems like you're already of a mind to be coming up with projects and stuff, is to come up with projects and learn how to boil them down into smaller component parts. So if I want to make something do this, what tiny steps can I take on the road to making it do that? And from there, that's basically how you should structure most of the rest of the stuff that you want to work on is, well, here's my ultimate goal, and it consists of all these tiny little goals. Here are the ones where I really have to learn something. Here's where it scares me, stuff like that. And then of course, working on your feet in order to bridge all those different goals together and figure out how they come together and build a big thing. That's a lot of what we stress on this stream here, is these small things that go together to create the large thing. So with the RC car, boy oh boy, did I not set out to model an entire RC car at once. This started with these DOS micro circuit boards that I wanted to fit somewhere on the chassis of the car. But then I also wanted to make the motor fit, and it's a different type of motor, so it needs a different mount. But then I also wanted to learn how to reverse engineer a mechanical, like a plate that had a bunch of holes in it and get that right. And then I eventually went to reverse engineering the different axle, like the gear housings. And actually, well before that, I was making wheels for the other RC car projects. Then I was reverse engineering the bearing house, what do you call those? The spindles. It turns out a lot of the stuff that was designed for these miniature RC cars uses a lot of very easy shapes, that are easy to reverse engineer. Yeah, one thing leads to another until I finally made the decision that I needed a comprehensive model of the entire RC car. These were actually the first part that I made, these right here, and those were designed to just put the springs as sort of like a universal spring for each axle, which makes it a little bit more like race car, because race car. You know, and then I wanted to fit my own servo in there, a smaller servo than what was originally in there. And then I wanted to design the DOS micro circuit board and get all the motor control onto one board. That's been an entire saga. There are people on the stream that are waiting for me to get back to that because they really enjoyed the RC car project work that we've done over the months of the pandemic. We're at a point where the software doesn't quite work, and I think I know the problem, and I just haven't had the time to upload it because the board filled up right when we were getting ready. Yeah, there he is. Mystery 386 is like, 836 is like, why are you working on the RC car? And I'm like, I'm sorry. And he just keeps yelling, and I'm just like crying, and he just won't let up. He's like yelling at me, and I can't, you know, and I you know, my face is like wet with tears, and he won't stop, and he just gets more shrill and high pitched and like louder. I gotta wear earplugs. No, anyway, he's just mentioned a couple times that he likes the RC car project, and I do too. I want to get back to this. Yeah, I want to get back to this. We will soon. But burn the subs takes precedence. Setting me up like a villain here. Yeah, I'm just getting hyperbolic. It's stupid. All right, GT2, we're going to make a belt for that. First, let me take a look at what's on the bed and see if I can get it off there now. Yeah, no bully. No, it's not like that. But people love the RC car project, so I do want to get back to that. There we go. So that little spritz of Windex was enough that if I can get a fingernail under these, they'll pop up. Nope, not really. All right. I gotta spritz it again. Now, does Windex damage plastic? I don't think it damages this plastic. Yeah, it's still a little bit stuck. So I gotta be careful, because if it's hot enough to stick, it might be hot enough to warp. Serious? All right, I'm gonna use a blade on this, but I gotta be careful not to mar the surface of the printer. All I'm using the blade for is to put just a little tiny gap between the edge of the part and the surface, so that the Windex can get in there. If this were glass, the Windex would almost immediately pop the part off. But this is a glass with some kind of weird shit on it, so doesn't quite do that. I got a magnet on that metal board that I just throw the knife onto. So all that crap goes into the bin. And then paper towel that I've had here for like a month. Should probably swap out the paper towel at some point. That just cleans off all the surface stuff. And then the printer's ready to go again. Barring dust, I can just hit Control P on that again. What is the purpose of the RC car? What's the purpose of any RC car? What are you talking about, man? What's the purpose of the RC car? Fun? I like that scale. I like that 1/26 scale. It's a good size for racing around on the floors in here. Yeah, what is meaning of life? Yeah, because race car is a good one too. There are those flatulent gonad emotes. The Mars rovers are RC cars and have a purpose. Man. Its purpose is to take the fun out of everything. Oh, wait, no, that's the wrong thing I'm talking about. What do you mean, what's the purpose of the RC car? It's not really to go fast. Eric Charneski, how you doing? You guys should go watch Eric Charneski. That guy does a good stream. When are you going to replace the DC motor with a three-phase blah, 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 blah. That's exactly what I was about to talk about. Engineering for fun. Good God, man. No, what is... Okay, so we have the question. Those coming in from Charneski. I hope I'm putting the emphasis on the right syllables there. I'm sorry if I'm not. If I'm supposed to say, like, Charneski or something like that. I'm bad. I don't know how to say stuff. Okay, so here's the deal. Why did I make the decisions that I made? I can boil that out to what the actual intent is. What is the purpose of the RC car project was the question. And part of it is that I really like this scale of RC car. It's sort of a nice size, like everything fits on the print bed. It is also the size of the Mario Kart home circuits. The Mario Kart home circus. The Mario Kart home circuit RC car. Now, I really, to be honest, if I really wanted to get Djibouti Show to like show off my work, I really should have prioritized that project, because this was like when the thing came out. They did like 3 streams with it, or 4. I forget how many Djibouti Show did. They were fun. They basically set up a track in their studio, and they had the Mario Kart home circuit cars chasing each other around, playing Mario Kart. You can only do that so much on a big variety stream, right? If I really wanted to take the opportunity and strike while the anvil was hot, I had maybe 2 weeks that I could have done in order to put this thing together. That I would have been dead by the end of the 2 weeks, and I wouldn't have had this model ready to go. But that Mario Kart home circuit sort of got me going, looking at RC car parts for 1/26 scale RC cars. 1/26 scale RC car is a really good size to roll around on the floors. If you got the like smooth floors anywhere in your house, it's a really good size to run around on those smooth floors with almost a completely competent RC car and drift, because this thing has all-wheel drive. It has an axle that runs through the entire thing and does all-wheel drive. Now there are different versions of the 1/26 scales. These things are back when they were originally invented. These things were more the style where you would take a bunch of carpet sections and lay them out in your garage, and then you could put down tape in order to make like a little circuit for them, right? And these things, of course, people have min-maxed the ever-loving fucking crap out of them. And so they go extremely fast. They'll invert your ankle if they hit it. It's a nightmare. It's a complete nightmare. Short Lurker has one that has a 3-phase motor on it, because you could easily fit a 3-phase motor on it. But the beauty of these, the 1/28 scale, the Mini Z, and what was this thing called? WL Toys 989. The beauty of them is that the volts out of the battery, the motor, and the controls, stuff like that, they don't need to be that powerful. If I am to race this around as a near 40-year-old child, I don't need this to go super duper fast. I don't need this to go in ankle inverting speeds. I don't need this to absolutely fucking atomize my bones if they hit. Groovy something, thank you for subbing with the 34 months. And he set off a fart. He set off a fart in order to celebrate his 34 months. Groovy, thank you so much. I really appreciate that, dude. We're talking about RC cars now. Groovy something's name is going to go on a list, and that will eventually find itself on the board on the wall. However, we've got a lot of work to do. Anyway, distraction. I'm getting distracted. I like talking about this stuff. So the 1/28 scale RC car is a great size for drifting around on your floors. You don't need that much power out of the motor out of it. So what I've done is I've actually adapted it to a less powerful motor. I've used a different servo on there, less voltage out of the battery, and then I can fit all the electronics right there. So this will be a pretty light setup with enough power that I can race it around and drift it, and then I can come up with a body for it. I can try to 3D print some type of a car body for it. With all the car bodies that exist out on, yeah, your name's on a list. With all the different car bodies that are available in CAD designs nowadays, I'm hoping that I can put like uber wide body fenders on something cool looking and then 3D print that. It'll use up like 98% of my filament printing, but it'll be pretty cool when all's said and done. So anyway, that's the point of the RC car. It was originally supposed to be a carriage where I could cheat at Mario Kart Home Circuit, because the Mario Kart Home Circuit cart is fairly cheap, right? It's a fairly cheap cart. It doesn't even have differentials, so I wanted to have differentials and suspension and not all that much speed advantage, and then I would have been able to cheat at Mario Kart Home Circuit, and we would have put a like dry bones cart or something like that. Print one fender flare as the RC body. I mean, that's essentially what that VW Bug motorcycle was. They took one of the fenders of a Bug and they made it into a motorcycle. And I guess the entire VW Bug is a fender flare, yeah. So anyway, the point of this is to learn CAD, as I also went towards a goal of having a competent RC car in 1/28 scale that would do the things I want it to do. I've added a gyro to it because overkill. It's got the radio with way too many channels, and then I made the main driver circuit board on that as well, and that uses some pretty advanced like super duper N channel MOSFETs. So that's the RC car project. I'm having a little trouble with the code, and I think I solved it. I just need to upload it on there and test it and make sure that it's okay. Because I'm a little discouraged. The amount of power that I'm getting out of this thing is not that much. Whereas when I used a slightly different set of electronics, I was getting a shitload of power out of the thing. So I need to kind of get into that a little bit more. No, that's not. Listen, we're talking about advanced cheating as if it were a real motorsport. So putting in a much high CC or more powerful motor is kind of crazy and disastrous. The one cell battery is important because that's what the circuit board runs off of. You can think of the Mario Kart Home Circuit as being a Raspberry Pi that has high speed and high quality FPV equipment on it, right? First person view equipment on it. So in order to cheat at Mario Kart, I'm not going to put like a 10 cell motor on or a 10 cell battery on this thing and like a 3-phase like 1/10 scale RC car motor. I'm not going to do that. Now I'll keep it on the DL and do something like add differentials so it turns better. Had a competition at work where we did the hackathon. We all had to build wireless bots and fight them. That sounds fun as hell. Yeah, that sounds like a fun one. And the problem is when a certain discipline of engineers will go way too overboard on that. Even battle bots, you're not supposed to build your battle bot anymore. You're supposed to model it and then send it to, and I think AutoCAD sponsors them. So you're supposed to model it and then send the design in, and they go, all right, you're approved to build that, so that they don't have people building like taser bots and shit like that. They can enforce the rules as they see fit. I think the update is just because the circuit board updated, so. Used to do competitions like that at Lockheed. One of the teams flew a guy to the DC and took over the servers. What? Can I post a terrible YouTube video of it? Yeah, why not? Let's see it. Because you asked, I say yes. This is Eric Chernesky's battle bot. Node bot. Uh-oh. Yeah, doing it at a hackathon at least limits the amount of insanity that people will put into the project. Are those connects? No. Yeah, that's a hackathon. There it is. That's the hackathon. We're a software shop, so nothing impressive physical build-wise. That's enough. Oh, these are awesome. That's cool. We never got to play like this. Government budgets are difficult to work around. We had one time, I think, where we did like a bridge building thing, and that got pretty insane. Yeah, roll up paper to make a bridge. And then everybody was like, is this really what we're doing today? I could have been sleeping. It's perfect. Yeah, rolled paper bridges. We went straight back to the 70s on that one. You guys at least got to play with cool toys. I would assume now that they wouldn't have such a pithy special project. What was the other one that we did? I think that was the one. That's awesome. Anyway, that's Eric Charnesky. You guys should check out his stream if you get a chance. So yeah, anyway, I was just whacking. I was just whacking on Twitch. What's wrong? What's wrong with that? No, I was just waxing philosophical about you know, what is the purpose? What is the purpose of RC Car? We did bot ball in high school using Lego and some sort of GBA running like an Arduino sensor for it. I bet that some sort of GBA was probably the Lego robotics controller. Doesn't that look kind of like a GBA? Lego robotics. Yeah, this thing. All right, load your website, you bastard. Damn it. That's totally functional. Thank you, Google Images. It was literally a Game Boy Advance with a huge chip sticking out the back. GBA robot controller. Look at that thing. I never knew that existed. I miss my GBA. I don't know what happened to it. I really wish I could figure out what happened to my Game Boy Advance. Because I've got... I don't know what happened to that flip one either. I bet they're in the same place. Mine looked like this. A friend of mine gave it to me. Actually, it's the friend of mine in Discord that's constantly building game stuff and won't ever watch my stream. Like, why don't you ever watch my stream? That's a table. I had a GBA in Iraq in 2003. Damn. I used to use it for like, it was great for like road trips and stuff, you know? You just fucking throw Pokemon on there. We looked at the old Pokemon teams when we repaired the one, my friend's one GBA. I got that back to him, by the way. That was the friend that just subscribed to the channel. What is that? I don't know. It's a Game Boy Advance robot controller. It's something groovy something used. No backlit Dark Age. Listen, the clarity of the pixels on that fucking thing was amazing. There's second to none on that screen, and yet they never backlit it. And I still have, actually no, I might have given it to my friend again. I would love to figure out how to backlight one of those, because that screen was so fucking crisp. The like RGB pixels of today don't really have anything on it, and I don't know why. I don't know why that's such a good screen. Like, how do you get a screen that has that clarity on it? It was a really good screen. Yeah, I got pixel envy. Batteries last forever. Advance Wars is one of my favorite games of all time. Man, I never had like a ton of games for any of the handheld systems that I have. But yeah, that's pretty cool. I can't believe there was a robot controller for it, where you just friggin' like yeet your GBA, you just glue your GBA onto a robot. Make a screen scratching robot. That's right, I'm coming for you. The way Twitch Plays Pokemon worked was actually by flipping the... So what you can do is you can plug a microcontroller into each of the buttons of the GBA, right? It won't do anything necessary. It won't necessarily work perfectly on it because a microcontroller button is either clamped to positive rail voltage, well, not rail voltage, but positive voltage or negative voltage, right? You 5 volts or ground, 1 or 0. Those are the digital outputs from your typical Arduino, right? But the problem is the way that this thing works is there are 2 contacts, and so when it's floating. It's not at positive voltage. It's not at ground. It is floating. It is at a virtual third state that electronics can exist in. And when you press down on a button, it is bridging contact to the other set of basically traces, because you get a big rubber conductive pad, and so it'll connect to either positive or ground. Now, I forget which one it is, but on the microcontroller, if you want to say, tell it that a button is pushed, you can give it that positive signal. If you give it ground, you might do something bad to the controller itself, depending on how it's configured, right? And so in order to save batteries or whatever, they kind of do this, where float is a very important state that it has. Otherwise, it's like, something weird's going on. I don't like this. So what you do is you flip your microcontroller pin, because you've got a general purpose I/O. You got a GPIO. It can be flipped to an in or an out. And when it's flipped to an input, it is only sensing voltage on that pin. It's not asserting voltage on that pin. When it senses voltage on that pin, it is in what's called a high Z state. So there's a very large resistance between that pin and whatever positive or negative exists in the system. Very large resistance there. So it's not asserting anything on that line. It technically is almost not there. So that high Z state is important. It represents float. So what you do is you were sending a button press and then switching the pin to be an input, but not reading the input. And so that was the way that they were able to control the Game Boy Advances and stuff for Twitch Plays Pokemon. All that code was on GitHub. It's pretty cool. Anywho, back to mechanical design. Mechanical design. I want to make a little section of GT2 timing belt. I kind of want 20 millimeters of it. So I've started a new, whatever it is, a new component. And so that new component, I've started a drawing, and we are now sitting here on the precipice. We're now sitting here looking at this drawing and figuring out what we want to put together to create this thing. I always assumed that was just running in an emulator. No. I don't know how they got the video out from it. Maybe the original was an emulator, but later on down the line, they actually had HDMI outputs from the devices, which are rare. They're hard to get. And then, yeah, button presses from a microcontroller. Pretty cool. I think for a little while on Twitch, there were rules against emulation. We got to build this, and I got to build 20 millimeters of this. Less likely than Nintendo's coming after you. I'm not sure. I'm not sure which one, or like have them like strike you for it or something like that. I don't know. I don't know how that worked. I never really got too far into that. 2 millimeters between Humpty Humps. I've got a weird sort of angle going on here. This looks chamfered. Yeah, oh, because it's got a radius of 0.15. 0.555. The hell is this? 1.0? Oh boy. Yeah, these are real weird. Alt-M, hey, thank you for subbing. Tier 1 for 6 months. Can't wait until I'm the board 3 times. I might have to limit, depending on how long this takes me to get the new version of the board. Oh god, it's taking way longer than I thought. I don't know if I want to do repeats or not. I might have to undo repeats. We'll see. Alt, yeah, you're Alt-M now. That's Adam. At M. Dear God. Okay, how am I doing this? 0.4, radius of 1. You called me old in German? How you doing? Just tuned in. What are we watching? Oh God, it's gonna take me a half an hour for me to explain what's going on. We're trying to model a little piece of GT2 timing belt. But this stuff is like a little ridiculous, isn't it? I mean, I can make a 0.555 circle. I can make a 1.0 circle and a 0.4 offset on either side. I can then put the, let's, oh, God, fuck this. Okay, so let's take a look here. I know, I can, look, guys, I know how to use Fusion. Look, I can put the drawing into here and I can trace it, but that's not going to give me good dimensions. So if I start with just what they're telling me, I've got 2 millimeters per thing. So I'll measure that 2 millimeters and I'll make that a construction line. Actually, I don't need to worry about that yet, because if I'm doing a repeat function, that's not going to matter. I still have the dot there. Okay, so what I'm going to do is let's take... See, basically, I just have to redo a lot of this stuff. So at the center point, we're not going to worry about the 2 millimeter right now. We're just going to worry about the center point. I'm going to go 0.4 over, and then I'll do a circle of radius 0.1. At what height is that? Oh, that's given a height. Yeah, so that's given a height. That would be... It's not... Oh, I love it when mechanical engineers do this shit. So I wanted to start off of here and do that belt thickness. I don't know what PLD 254 is, but they'll give you the whole one, and then they'll give you part of it. So I'd rather drag it in and out. So 1.38 minus 0.75. That's not where this radius starts, though. They don't give you that. That's amazing. Wait a minute. What the fuck? Wait a second. Is that even with the outside? That's all I can assume here. Well, we'll see if it works. We'll see if it works. I would guess that that's even with the 0.75. I don't know what this line represents. Let's let's give it, wait, is 0.75 from here to here? That doesn't really represent anything, though. This is crazy. It's millimeters. Everything's in millimeters. All right, 0.75, 1.38 minus 0.75. Let's just try that. So I'm going to start with the circle location. What I'm trying to do is just figure out what the height is this. 0.75 from the bottom. What are you guys talking about? What do you mean? What does that mean? No. That's the edge of the belt here. It might be the same height, but it's not marked out in any way. So, yeah, all right. If it isn't named specifically, the convention says it's online with the 0.75. How is that? So if it's not marked out to be specifically not in line with the 0.75, Chronic Sonic, thank you for following. That's what I'm saying. 0.38 minus 0.75 is where we'll have this line. And if that line meets up with there, then all right. Okay, well, let's try it. Let's try it. So what am I going to need to do first? I guess I'll do 0.4 in either direction. 0.75. The 0.555 I do not know the height of. It's 0.555 off of the top. So I guess, yeah, because that's still a radius. So I can draw a circle out like that. Oh my god. All right, so we're... Okay, this dimension is 1.38. I'm making this from the opposite end, I guess. Minus, and then it's 0.75. I could mirror this. I guess I probably should think about this in mirrors. I'll have to mirror it, which means we moved in the wrong direction, actually. We did this in the wrong direction. Do that, construction line. This is going to be weird, and people will not like how I did this. Minus 0.75. Oops, that's 74, 75. And then this is negative 0.4. Negative 0.4. How is it not? Oh, I guess it's just measuring off the number line. All right. 0.4, 0.063. And what do I do from here? I mean, I guess I can draw a construction line to do that, because if I'm doing the repeat structure, I could do that in regular lines. What's chat saying? Oh boy, you guys are not gonna, I don't know. R1 circle center is 0.4 offset from the bump center and 0.7. Look, man, you guys are crazy. What does the wiggly line mean? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. All right, so anyway, from here, we got 0.555 to the top of the thing, which I guess I could do as like an arc if I really wanted to. And have that come all the way back down to 0.75 off of the top. I'm just trying to think of how I'm going to make this. Just there's a couple tools that I would like to take a look at here. So 0.4 off of that. I mean, if I come here, because I've got this point now, and I've got this point. So if I come to this point, and I do a circle, or an arc of 0.555, I guess I can come up from this. Actually, I could do a square off of this and do an arc with a square. It's getting weird, guys. That gets me to... Well, I don't really know where R1.0 stops. I don't know where this comes in. I mean, if I do an R1 circle on this, where's that going to stop on its way to the R.555? Jesus Christ. Where's this all gonna... I could just represent it all with circles. So I could just do... Yeah, let's do circles, and then I'll highlight the areas of the circles with arcs. So if I just do a line, and then that'll go up 0.555. Do a circle, make it a construction line, take it from there, move it to there. Here, we're going to have a 1.0. This doesn't look right at all. That don't look right at all. I guess that's... That doesn't look right at fucking all. What did I do? 0.4 over to the side. Made the 1.0 radius. And then somehow the 0.555 is supposed to meet up with that. Oh, but it's not 0.555. Well, it is no, it's not. No. That's got a different height, and I don't know what that height is. This sucks. All right. I don't know where that is. No, see, I don't know what this height is. I guess it's 1.38 minus 0.555. Yeah, okay. So that's... Okay, I get it. That needs to move up. That's the problem. 1.38 minus 0.555. And then I've got a radius of 0.555. That doesn't look right at all. That's stupid. That's really stupid. Too wrong. Ugh. It's 1.38 minus 0.555. This is 1.38 minus 0.75, and it's got a 1 radius. This is madness. This is madness. 1.38 minus 0.75 should locate me on that. 1.38. Oh, that's from the bottom. That's from the bottom. I'm dumb. Okay, it's from the bottom. I'm not looking at chat right now because you guys won't let me work stuff like that out. You guys usually try to spoon feed me the answers. So yeah, anyway, that's a new line because I'm going from the same location. Duh. 1.38 minus 0.555. There we go. Now that one has 0.555. This is why making it parametric is probably a little bit more preferable. That still doesn't look right. Wait a minute, it still looks like shit. Wait a minute, what the fuck? Hold on. So that there, I mean, technically I would have another 0.1 off of the other end of it too. If I really wanted to rebuild the whole thing, this is a little more comprehensive than I wanted to go. I could do this, and I could do 1.38 minus 0.75. Why can't I hit the number on the key? 0.75, take that out there. Did I do that off of the wrong thing? I don't think so. There would be another 1 millimeter out here. Why is that oh my god. Oh yeah, that's right. Distance on that is, no, what are you doing? 0.4. That ain't look right. That doesn't look like the right thing. Somehow we're supposed to ascertain this sort of dimension from all that crap. I think you guys gave me bad instructions. Or something is off. I'm not measuring something properly. 0.4 off from the 2. I think they're saying that this distance is No, that's way too small for 0.75. I mean, there's an arrow going down here that says PLD 0.254. Because I got 1.38. Oh, 1.38 should be that entire distance. And then we are 0.555 off of that radius going back down. And then I add that 0.555 back in. So the distance between here and the top should be well, that's 0.548, but I don't even know what AutoCAD it's telling me. If this distance is 0.548, that should be 1.38 all the way up to here. I did both positive and negative 0.4. Chat can continue to like get all bent out of shape, but I'm trying to move this actually dimension marker. Oh wait, I've still got this open, that's why. There you go. So I'm 0.4 that way, and then these are calculated by the numbers given, as is this one. Because technically, I'm taking it from here, and I'm going up 1.38, and then back 0.75 to here. And then I draw a radius 1 circle on each side, right? So 1.38 minus 0.75 gives us our radius 1 circle. 1.38 minus 0.75, that's the equation that I put in here. And that's where we put our radius 1 circle. On this one, I've got 0.825, which is 1.38 minus the outer radius of 0.555. 1.38 minus 0.555. Diameter versus radius. There you go. That's the problem. 0.5. Radius, huh? Oh, God. 0.555 over 2. And then these, well, those are still 0.4, but the heights are different now because it's not minus the entire diameter. So we can just be dumb and put it into equations. Nope, that didn't do it. Wait a minute. Unless we're talking about it going that high up. it wouldn't be 7.5 divided by 2. This one would be just the upper part. So it'd be... Oh, no, that would be the radius. That actually is correct. No, that's not a diameter. It's just AutoCAD does diameters for the circles. It was multiply it by 1. I think they like to get it back into the right units. Yeah, no, that's actually where it should be. Those don't actually touch. 0.4, radius of 0.1. Oh, that means it's a 2. Wait a minute. That means it's 2. Ah, here's the dumb. I went the wrong direction. Times 2. There it is. That looks more like what we're looking for. So these are the complicated roundings that we are actually following on this thing. Sorry, it's whatever. You guys have done it before. Don't make fun of me for it. Okay, so now we actually have the path of our curves on that part. We got the 0.75 on here yet? No, we don't. So we need 0.75 on here. So let me, I could just do a box like that, and then I'll take it, we'll take that 2 millimeter, and we'll take 0.75. That's the base of the belt. Now I need a curve between these two that's going to have a radius of 0.15. Now, basically, once I make the 3D model, I could put in a chamfer command on that with that radius. I could do that right now. I could actually try to chamfer it in the drawing. Usually that's pretty cursed, though, whenever I've tried to do that. Like, if I take... It's not going to let me do it between these two things. Never mind. I wonder if I can successfully... How would I do that, even? Create a circle that's, like, tangent to the two? That doesn't work. I need to use constraints in order to make it happen, I think. If I make a circle, and then I make this tangent to there and tangent to there, and I've locked it into place, now I can give that circle a radius, and I can make that 0.15. And there it is. I'm not going to work with the other side of the drawing because I'm just going to repeat this thing over and over again, 2 millimeter at a time. So now I can take segments of these lines, and I guess I could just use arcs in order to define them. Actually, you know what? I probably do need to make the other end of this, because, like, where is that going to stitch together? Where would that stitch together? Unless I stitch it from the center. Actually, that is kind of what I'm working on, isn't it? Stitching it from the center. So let me just make a line down the center that I'll use in order to stitch this whole thing apart. And now I can actually come in with real lines. So I guess I'm going to do arcs on it. I don't know if this is the right way to be doing this stuff, but it's, hey, it's how I'm doing it. Start here, go until these two meet. I don't know where that is. I mean, it kind of wants to constrain it right there, but I don't know if that's the proper place. I mean, I guess I could also, like, use the trim tool to delete everything that I don't want, but I think that's kind of a janky way to be doing it, isn't it? Of course, this line is not defined, so if I click on it and drag it, it'll probably move all over the place. Yeah. Why would you not? Why would you not? I need you. You right here. No, I don't even know what that is. What is that? It scares me. I'm going to Control Z my way out of here and see if I can figure out how to do this better. What would be the way that I would get these axes correct? I mean, obviously I could use the snipping tool to get rid of all the parts that I don't need. That's going to break a lot of the construction that I'm putting together here. Like, I wonder what that would probably net me a very strange. Maybe I could do it. I don't know. See, look at that. See, things are starting to break. If I try to work with it beyond that, it's going to be completely cursed. Yeah. Oh, and I put that circle in the wrong location. Ha! Goodbye. Circle. And not... That's going to be a construction for right now. 0.15. And then I got to constrain that there to there. And then I got to constrain that to there. There we go. That's where it should be. Oh, that should be 0.3 because that's... Oh, it's radius. God damn it. Stupid thing. Well, at least we could edit it. Is that fillet in the right place? Yes, it's in the right place now. Jeez, I literally fucking just fixed it, and then you ask me if it's in the right place. Why do I get tilted at chat? All right, I gotta figure out how to put a bunch of arcs over top of this thing without killing my whole drawing. Because if I come in here with the snipping tool, which is essentially how I'm thinking about this, if I come in here with the snipping tool, it's gonna completely destroy a lot of the different parameters that I put in to measure where all this stuff should go. I'm not a mechanical engineer. I know we have a mechanical engineering title right now, which makes mechanical engineers naturally attracted to this stream. But what I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to repeat this thing 10 times to give me my 20 millimeters of virtual timing belt that I can then use in the rest of my design. I'll probably delete the first one, though, so I have a rounded thing, so I don't have a half cut of the timing belt on either side. I mean, I could model the left side of this too. It's like Bother's building a new Stargate. No! This is the annoyance of GT2 timing belt. Because it's like just got all this dumb, weird stuff going on. Save the file, trim everything, then merge it back with a saved file. That's not how this program works. Fusion 360 loves its timelines, and so if I design it within a timeline, that means I can come back and I can edit these numbers and they'll properly stitch themselves into a real file again. And potentially, I mean, maybe I could put these to user variables, and then no, that's not really a good way to do it. I know they did it parametrically in the other files, but the other way that I know how to do this is just by tracing stuff. If I took this and went to 1 millimeter, and then I took it on the opposite end here, and I did, what is it, 0.75 by 1. Did I put, what happened? Something happened. Something weird happened. Okay, take this to 1 millimeter. Take this, come over here, do 0.75 by 1. That's our new profile, and then I'm going to make another 0.3. The radius diameter thing is annoying. Tangent to that, and then make this tangent to that. There, and there's a little chamfer on both sides. Now, currently there are no solids in this thing. There are no solid lines. First of all, everything's a construction line, so there's nothing that the program is going to want to necessarily extrude. I can make a solid line on one side of this when I'm done in order to close off the profile, and then I can click on it and extrude it. That's the easiest part. We're trying to make just two little tiny sections of this belt that I can put in place so that I can design around it when I actually try to build the parts that are going to be 3D printed. There it is again. Jeez. I would model both sides and have the repeat on the belt part, not the tooth part. I literally just... That looks interesting. If you tried drawing it with curves and measuring it afterwards. No, I mean, we've got specifications of the GT2 timing belt. That's what we've got. So I want to follow those specifications and be able to modify them if I need to. I probably won't need to, but it's just, you know, one of the parameters of good design is that you should be able to go back and alter stuff as it changes. How would I alter that? Well, all right, let's see how our 3D print part turned out. I got kind of sidetracked getting into that. I want to see whether or not this switch mount is actually going to put the switch in the right spot for us, and then I'll figure out how the hell I'm going to do this. Not as on time and live. It's not on purpose. And stop telling me what to do. Jeez, you're like my mother. You should wipe up the counter as I'm like grabbing a paper towel. All right. Anyway, you guys wonder why I get tilted. I'm gonna put one of these down here, and we're gonna see whether or not the 3D model is close enough. 3D model looks like it can completely allow all this stuff to mount. The only problem being that I'd probably have to find longer hardware in order to put it on, and that longer hardware will construe. No, that's not the right word. Putting on that longer hardware means that I've got to disassemble a lot of parts of this thing. Actually, not that many. I might be able to do it today. We'll do it today. We got 15 minutes. Give you 15 minutes and I'll give you the world. Do 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 do. Is this screw actually going in, or is it just... It seems like it's... Nope, it's not. It was just like coring out the plastic. That's not good. These are 0.5 of a millimeter smaller than they need to be, so that they really clamp down. I think it might be a little bit much. Especially with only 1 millimeter of material. With more material behind it, I think it did a little better, but... Move closer to your world, my friend, and you'll see. Dun, 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 dun. Da, 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 da. Sorry, that's the local news thing around here. I know, but this is my only real human interaction. I work in retail. Oh man, I'm sorry, man. Don't use Twitch as a human interaction. That's tough. If I have like a few more viewers, then I can't keep up with what people are typing. And yeah, the red parts are the 3D printed parts that we modeled. Yes. Alrighty, looks pretty good. Let's get that on the thing. Hopefully we have enough room for the bolts. Ah! Come back here. Yeah, there's a little bit of space. There's a little tiny bit of space. Might be able to get away with the hardware that I've already got on here. What? Be careful about identifying yourself as a bot on the stream. You will get banned. We don't take kindly to bots around here. I have most bots banned for the very specific reason that gift subs go to people and not robots. And if you actually want to go out of your way to gift to a bot, that's fine. But I like those randomized gift subs to go to actual viewers. I gotta get some of those Weira screwdrivers. Yeah, they're nice, man. I really want to get the hex ones, because then I could have a Weira for doing this stuff. But instead I'm using the iFixit kit. And to be honest, the iFixit kit is pretty goddamn good. I'm really liking the iFixit kit. I think it's got a decent shape on it. I prefer Weira. I don't know about hand cramps with either one. I think no matter what, you're using little screwdrivers, and just clamping on them is gonna put strain on the big muscle of your thumb, and then you get cramps. So I have some non-Twitch interaction, but none of them are engineering mindsets. So I have no engineering mates. Ah, I get you. I get you. Do I have any more engineering mates? I think there's like 1 or 2. I don't have a ton though. Yeah. I think it's probably better to not interact with engineers. Let's be honest. The engineers don't have pronouns. Don't refer to them at all. Just don't talk to them. Don't talk about them. Don't mention them. They don't exist. That's basically how managers work throughout the country. Yeah. Anyway. What are we building? This is my automatic sub burning board. What takes the names of Twitch subs and burns them up onto a giant block of wood on my wall. We're finishing the 2.5 version of this thing, which actually will incorporate a couple little tweaks on the technology. Like, for instance, water. God damn it. This is what I get for putting the water bottle all the way over there. This means I need to use WD-40 on my screwdrivers. That's fine. It's nothing that isn't stainless steel. I'll just get some paper towels, which are getting harder to get these days. It didn't get into the computer or anything. Hold on, let me just do a little damage control on that before we move on. This looks like it works perfectly, though. DNF. No, it's not that bad. It's just seltzer water. It's just seltzer water. What could possibly go wrong? It's just salt and a little bit of carbon dioxide and water from God knows where. Use compressed air. No, it's not a drop, unfortunately. Hell, it didn't even get off the plastic mat. The only electrical casualty would be switch number 2, which we're not using anymore. I'm not doing a spill counter. Wexo sent me a suction cup mug, which is... Alexa, shut the fuck up. I think it just meekly said okay. It thought Wexo was something else. Anyway, he bought me a suction cup mug, which I think was a little bit tongue-in-cheek. So I kept spilling stuff on stream, but like, where's the drama? Yeah, a little bit of drama on stream. I wonder how it interprets you cursing at it. Robot abuse. Report it to Jeff Bezos. What CAD? It's Fusion 360, and it's AutoCAD flavored CAD. AutoCAD works by doing drawings and then extruding from drawings, and it has its own particular user interface. Fusion 360 kind of has some weird parts about the user interface that you got to learn how to work with. Whatever CAD you use, there will be slight deviations in how they operate and their general principle of operations. One of the big, like the cornerstones of how you operate Fusion 360 is you need to be cognizant of the timeline at all times. The timeline being what steps and what operations you've put together in order to create your solids. But Fusion 360 has a nice little method of creating bodies from, ooh, that was very high pitched, creating bodies from drawings, right? And so I like the way that it works. I'm able to work sort of in engineering in order to build things of a particular dimension. In addition to that, I also have my 3D printer in mind. The way that Prusa slices it, the pluses and the minuses that sort of go into effect when you design something for 3D printing. All right, there we go. All right, back to business. Back to what we were doing. I'm familiar with SolidWorks, not AutoCAD. You know, listen, as an engineer, you should be able to use any CAD program. And that doesn't mean you should go out and train yourself in other programs. What it means is that any CAD program runs off of the same principles, and it's the principles behind what you're essentially putting together that sort of guide how you work in the program. And those principles are fundamental, and they should be applicable to most other programs. Now, there will be growing pains. It will be like walking through molasses when you start off, but you should be able to use every single CAD program as an engineer. Is that actually centered? It's like close to centered. It would be nice if it was centered because I will need to print out more of these things. Let's check to see if it's centered. What if I put... It is centered. How did I manage that one, chat? How the fuck did I manage that? Let's check to see if it is. Oh, we can check in software while my desk dries up. Is that actually centered? I'm gonna be shocked if it is. Where's that drawing? Did we close it? We might have closed the drawing. Burn the subs 2.5. This would be micro switch to maker beam. There's like 50 different parts in here. I don't know. I do a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B in terms of learning the program. Like accepting help from chat it's a tough thing to do. And if you've ever seen a streamer try to accept a little bit of help from chat, it always cascades into the streamer inevitably yelling at chat. I feel trolled by some IT nerds, possibly. It's possible. Everybody's a little tongue-in-cheek around here. But then again, it's like it is fucking impossible to find people that will actually view this kind of content. You guys are a rare bunch, and I am super thankful for you guys. So the attitude of chat is maybe not what you expect, but it's what you're gonna get. It's what you're gonna get around here. So all right, is that centered? Because I'm having this like internal debate about whether or not maybe it's near enough as makes no difference. It probably should have been centered when I designed it. It's near enough as makes no difference. Wait, so I take it from... Okay, I gotta unview this. This is not helping. Visually, this is not helping us. Take this and we go up 90 degrees. You guys ready? Oh my god. It is off by... 0.044 millimeters. That's within like DRO dimensions. It's near enough as makes no difference, and I really should have centered it before I moved on. Now it's forever going to be slightly off, but all 6 of the ones that I printed I can use. Literally unprintable. It broke my printer because it was off. This is bullshit. Take it easy on me. I'm just a naval architect, and if it floats, I can build it. This is tiny stuff, and this is exactly my specialty. Yeah, man. Look, sarcasm aside, sarcasm aside, you know, we're here to help. And if you really want to get into like 3D printing and building stuff like this, I don't know about at this level. I have no idea how to tell people how to do it at my level, because I've been doing this stuff for a long time, and I've sort of intuit a lot of the things that I needed to learn along the way. But there are people who are starting out in this kind of stuff on my Discord. So that's a really good place to, it's a sargasm. It's a really good place to kind of like ask questions and get serious answers from people. There are several. In fact, most of my Discord is just help sections, because that apparently is all people are gonna do on my Discord, is just ask for help for stuff. There's no getting around it. It's just what they do. So if it sinks, is it a sub? No, it's a hero. All right, so let's see. That switch is just like downright fucking perfect, right? The bolts have enough room that there's enough bite. We got enough friends, or enough threads rather. Where did I read friends? Why did I just say friends suddenly? So yeah, that is ticking away just fine. If it gets a little too much force, it kind of moves, doesn't it? It's possible that I would want to keep that from moving. That 1 millimeter, or sorry, no, that's 2 millimeter. I guess that 2 millimeters is not quite what I would have liked it to be. Not quite as strong as I would have liked it to be. I was not thinking of the friends we made along the way. They're enemies. I've not made any friends along the way. What the fuck? Okay, so this gets out of the way pretty nicely, though. So I can put the switch right up even with that. And I could probably put an end stop on there, too. If I really wanted to make, like, a block that would go into this, maybe I could do an end stop, but... How is noob explicit that triggered the SFW filter Twitch had to put on the iOS app? It might be a harassment kind of thing. You know, we're not the main audience of Twitch here. When I call somebody a noob at some kind of a thing, it's not harassment, because they don't know what they're doing. Whereas if you say noob on Twitch, you might be trying to trigger a streamer, and that's anathema. I mean, that's pretty good, right? I just don't like how much it moves when I do that. You see that? How dare you fucking call me a noob, Groob? I'll find you in Minecraft. In Minecraft. Yeah, I don't. Am I willing to accept this into my heart as true gospel of how this thing is supposed to finally work? I think so. I think so. I mean, if I left the bar on it, there would be more contact. It's not necessary though. So I could do these without bars and just mount them with my little chode adapter. My little Poggy. My little PogChamp right here. Look at him. It's actually looking a lot less phallic though. It looks a lot less phallic with the chamfers there. I'm a little disappointed in that. I don't know if it would hold on better if I did more chamfer on that. I could also, no, actually no, I don't have any room on the top surface. Yeah, never mind. I might be able to like put a bolster on that or something. I don't think so. I think we're kind of shit out of luck, right? Dongers save the day. Stupid screw on the cart moving the switch. Screw on the cart. No, it's not the screw on the cart. I don't think so. It's very close though. Look at that. And I think IRL, it's the same thing. Is it? Oh, is it the screw on the cart? Did Shorty notice something we didn't? Focus, focus, focus. Yeah, it is. It's the screw on the cart. Okay. Why is that sticking out so much? It clicks well before. Here's click. That's where it clicks. So it does click well before the screw crashes. Shorty's a genius. He is actually. You notice that nobody else did. I mean, I could move the switch over to the side a little bit. Or just, it doesn't matter. I know, countersinking the screw, altering the cart is not something that I really want to do. The cart is just what I got. If I got an actual legitimate, whatever series this thing is that we imported, like if I got a legitimate one and not some knockoff like what I have, the screws would potentially be sunken in. Ah! The screws would potentially be sunken in and we wouldn't be in this scenario. I think maybe this scenario just doesn't matter though, because it's a piece of plastic. It's going to bend back and forth. It's going to accommodate that bend. That's not much of a bend. And I don't think it's ever going to hit like that. I think it'll stop before it hits. Because even, there's the click right there. Yeah, click right there. And then if we go like a 0.5 millimeter more, it bends. But it only bends that much. And I think that's within tolerances. Especially given that PETG is soda bottle plastic. And soda bottle plastic is quite a bit of room on that one. The legitimate one is like upwards of 10 pound, as in money. Yeah. Yeah, the legitimate ones are expensive, but I mean, this thing earns it back. Cut off the excess plastic on the switch box so it doesn't bend. That would be, yeah, that would be if I like, oh no, on that, you mean on the, I don't want to alter, so, systems engineering, I don't want to alter components that could potentially be swapped out. Ooh, look at my nails, they're beautiful. Components that could potentially be swapped out, I don't want to modify, so. Yeah, I think over hundreds of switch cycles, this one at least won't wander around like these did. These potentially wandered around because they were on big standoffs, and mechanically, they were using this roller here, and this roller isn't a precision device. This roller is not a precision measuring device. Oh, look, you can see why my my Cherry MX switches probably didn't work for a couple months after I washed out my keyboard, because the alcohol pooled, and you can see the pool of water on the switch here. Look at this. Here, move the camera. You can see just like a little, oh, it's harder to see without the contrast. There's a little pool of water. You see that? The little fillet rather, that's up there. A little fillet. That's what happened to the contact area of the switches on my keyboard when I gave them an alcohol bath. And then I didn't swab them. I should have taken an alcohol swab and just gone over the contact area, because I have certain keys that won't work unless I press them a bunch of times. And that's been going away steadily, probably as the mechanical action of the two plates hitting together works the stuff outward from the contact area. But yeah, I've had a lot of trouble with that on that keyboard rebuild that we did. I did that with you guys. I did a whole keyboard rebuild thing. And I think this is the reason why the contacts were not good, is that liquid will tend to pool right at the area where contact is supposed to happen. And so as the switches sit like this and the alcohol dries out in there, it's gonna concentrate all the bullshit that it picked up right in that area, and then you'll get an area that doesn't make good electrical contact. I think that's what happened. I don't know if anybody understood when I talked about that, but print the red thingy in a thicker edition. Well, the thing is, we're running out of space. We're running out of space for the bolts to fit through, because Maker Beam, which is the beam system that I'm using to put together most to burn the subs, that's what initially was used, and so we're going to continue with it. Maker Beam takes a special ground head bolt that has like square heads on it, and there's either this length or ridiculously long ones, or way too long. So, what collisions? So if I print it thicker, I won't get the bolt to really fit on it. This is actually kind of perfect the way it is. I think maybe those are just, I don't think that's going to matter, I hope. Depending on the inertia of the cart, and it should not have that much inertia. But yeah, if I use a longer bolt, I could move this out further. Then less of the cart is going to contact that switch. It'll contact it crooked. I think right now what we got is we got good contact and everything's running nicely. Obviously, testing this thing will be important. It'll get a lot of use, though, because it clicks there before it even starts moving things. And that should be the breadth of the amount of contact that it has. Just right there, just clicky, clicky. And it is a mouse button switch, so it has like zillions of uses to it. It has a lot of repeats. Could you offset the center section? You could fix the centering of the mount, too. Offset the center. I can move the button up and down. I don't have that much left and right. I could probably move it left a little bit and it would still work. I want better contact area. It's hitting the side of the button right now, which I think is okay in these switches, but it's not ideal. I don't want the button to like do this and then press in, you know? Which it's probably already doing here. How much no, that's over the center. That goes over the center of the button. So, no, I think this is as good as it's going to get. I mean, the best thing that I could do is probably get a different cart, or put something on the outsides of the cart that'll contact first. Oh, thicken the center. Well, the whole point of the thickness of the center is that it's supposed to be avoiding. It's avoiding these two devices. These two devices are an inch standard. The rail, I think it's an inch standard. The rail and the pillow block, they're like 12 millimeters, whereas the rail is 10, so they overhang on the edge. That's why we had to do all the stuff that we did earlier, just to make that little gap there. And so that's putting that in the right place, but because of the way this thing is built, that screw sticks out over a little bit. Glue a nut to the slidey thingy. Slidey thingy is as close to a technical term as you can get. I could look for device feet that I could cut up and put here. Like if I had a little piece of like silicone rubber, that would be perfect. So I'll think about that. I mean, if I can just get a little disc of silicone rubber that I can plop on there, that'd be perfect, because that would be get us up to the height of the screw there. Another thing I could do is maybe move the switch up just a little bit so that this little plastic knob, this little nubbin right here, is what contacts the switch. I didn't put any adjustment into the part. I think it's fine the way it is. I think we're going to keep it that way. We finally figured out limit switches. I just need to go and make it work on everything. I don't think I can like tighten the screws, can I? Yeah, no, those are tight. I could replace these screws with other screws. If these will take the button head, these guys, where are they? There was one kicking around. Yeah, if these take these guys, then it would give it a flat surface. I don't really want to alter the cart though. I think this is fine the way it is. I think we got this. I think we got this, chat. All right, tune in next week for. Actually, it's Thursday. I'm gonna be on tomorrow. I'm gonna be back tomorrow. You guys can't get rid of me that easily. What are we doing tomorrow? Well, I'm fucking, like you can tell by today, I'm burning out with this burn the sub shit that we're working on, but we are making steady progress. So potentially I could try to figure out how to math and what the hell I'm supposed to do in AutoCAD now that I've got all of this crap modeled out for the GT2 timing belt, or I can eat crow and just use one of the parametrics where I give it a bunch of equation values and it'll build the belt for me. I don't know if there's like a timing belt build. There's a gear builder in Fusion. I don't know if there's maybe a program that I can run that'll make me this timing belt. I got to figure that out. I don't know if I'll figure it out by tomorrow. Push comes to shove, tomorrow's Friday. We might just work on something that I feel like working on. I don't know though, because I don't think I'll get a lot of people for audio engineering. That's more of a Tuesday project, right? Math, not even once. Yeah, I know, right? You got to keep it. You got to keep it moving. You got to keep it fun and silly. But yeah, this is so much better than the one you had before. It's good. One or more part complete. Yeah, I still got to put them up. At least they're reversible virtually. They're 0.04 millimeter off center. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, I guess those will do. They're not as mechanically sound as I would have liked them to be, but they'll represent sort of an end bump. So that should be pretty good. And I'll be able to have all 4 limit switches up there so my cart doesn't run away from us. I'll have to resolder those onto the board itself. We can put together the x-axis. I could probably put most of the stuff up. I kind of want the y-axis to be here for right now, just so that I can measure the different heights of things as we move into designing a cart that'll actually look cool. But yeah, from there, you're right here at the end, man. Enjoy the stream. Have a nice one. I'm gonna go sleep. Hey, man, thanks for joining. Yeah, yeah, you guys were decent today. I was the one with the short temper. I was the one with the short temper because I didn't get a lot of sleep. I didn't sleep a lot. It's your fault. Who do we got? What's Djibouti shit doing? Metroid. Hell Let Loose. Which one is that? Was that a movie? Back for Blood. Everybody's doing Back for Blood. Smythe. We have needed to raid Dex Bonus because she raided us, so we're gonna do that. Let's raid Dex Bonus. Is that correct? It's Dex Bonus. Dex Bonus. Oh, that's right. My friends were telling me about that game. I'm late, so I have to. All right. Follower or subscriber only chat. Well, you guys go hang out with Dex Bonus, and I'm going to be back tomorrow. I don't know what I'm going to be working on. I have absolutely no idea. We'll figure it out, though. Catch me in Discord in the meantime, or check out Twitter if you feel like it. Did I do the end card? I'm doing the end card. Ba-bam! All right, guys. I'll see you later.